Hey! It's Enrico Pallazzo!
Utah, give me 2.
Pallazzo!
Hello and welcome everyone to a Pallazzo live stream. Kevin, I almost said podcast, but we are actually streaming this here, and I'm pretty excited about it. My name's Britton Allan. This is a Pallazzo live stream feed, 2 L's, 2 Z's, and my co-host, Kevin Hasting, is from Pitcher List. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, not much, Britton. So great to be here. Thank you for throwing this together as we are about to draft an auction for the Bubba and the Bloom auction leagues. This is going to be a blast, and we're off and running.
Yeah, I guess I need to look over there and see what's going on. Again, thank you for being here, Kevin. You are awesome, and also shout out to Bubba and the Bloom for setting up this league. This is one of their listener leagues hosted by the NFBC site. So shout out to them and to everybody in the league too.
Yeah,
it looks like we're about to start.
Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr. first throw out right away. We're already up over $50 for Bobby Witt Jr. Here is the first throw.
I see. Yeah, you see those average auction values, and they're always way undervalued. You know, it's amazing.
$53, Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, you're not going to get Bobby for less than $50 in an auction league this year.
It does not appear so.
All right, so we got one on the board. Team 13. We took the names out. But if anybody's in the comment, Team 13, if you're in there and want to shout out, please feel free. And look at Kevin, your strategy. I love it. Bringing out Mr. Young Ho Lee.
Yeah,
obviously I don't want you to
here.
Yeah, I don't want you to divulge your strategy, but it looks like you're going off the expensive guys there for a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what a later batting average first bat might go for, and if it had been a couple dollars less, I would have been interested. But just trying to get a feel here. First couple
very
of rounds,
early on. This is exciting.
Yeah, first couple of rounds, I'm looking to gain information while at the same time not letting somebody go if it is at a price that I'm interested.
Like we talked before, I made a list of players that I want, and I'm pretty much willing to do whatever it takes to get them. And typically, I won't nominate a player that I want. I don't know about your strategy, but I'm especially at the beginning. I want people I want people to take money off the books and fill up their roster while trying to shield my players. Now, I am not a master strategist at this. I think this is my second ever. I was in a Bubba and the Bloom auction last year, but that's just kind of how I think that I'm going to do it. Do you have any type of throw it out there draft style?
I just want to always have a purpose. I don't want to just throw someone that I may or may not want. You
want to be random, maybe? That's probably
and if it may be a player that I'm not necessarily interested in, but I still feel like I can get information by throwing certain players.
And since it's a little bit early in the afternoon, it's 5:00 Central time. I haven't started hitting that delicious red wine or anything like that yet. So there will be no price enforcement on my side. I only do that when I get a little sloppy and silly. I don't know. Do you have any opinion on a position on price enforcing? Like if somebody gets Devers for $9, they get them for $9. Like I'm not going to bid it.
Right. For the most part, I'm the same way. There might be somebody that goes for less than I expect, and the reason I wasn't interested may have been what I perceived the price to have been. And then if it's much less than that, then I might become interested, but I am not going to just bid on a player just to drive up the price. I do not want to get stuck with a player I do not want.
Yeah, that's the danger. I've done it before where I get I press +1 on a player I don't really want because I think the price is low, and then I'm sweating it. You see those seconds tick down, and you're like, somebody please bid on this person.
Right.
One way and then,
Right.
that's I've said that to myself before.
So what's your stance on catcher, the catching position this year, Britton? Because we just saw William Contreras auction for $30 here, pretty early on this auction.
I wait. I
You do
wait.
wait.
I do wait. What about you? I mean, I wrote down some catchers that I like. Sal Perez has already gone. So yeah. So well, you know, I just don't pay up for the catcher. Not in an auction draft. But if it's like an NFBC 15, draft and hold league, I always draft a catcher early, like way too early. Like I want Yanier Diaz or Sal Perez or somebody like that. I in a 15 team draft and hold, I always reach for a catcher, at least one of those good ones with hopefully a decent batting average. But in a fab league like this, no, I don't press it. What about you?
Um, Similar. I am big on getting two of what I feel are the catchers that will at least approach, if not exceed, 500 plate appearances. So that gives me about 11, 12 guys to choose from. Like you in a snake draft. In most cases, I have drafted William Contreras in the second round, regardless of league size and format. But in an auction, I do feel like I can get two of that group without having to spend that much money.
Yeah, I hear you. I drafting hold leagues, man. You got to pay up for catcher, and you got to pay up for a closer. So
Yeah,
you got to
that's a
do what you got
great
to. It's
point.
just such a
Shifting that
different animal.
mindset. We've been drafting. I'm sure you, like many of us, have been drafting a lot of draft and holds, whether it be the NFBC 50s or the draft champions, 12 and 15 league versions of that. And yes, our mindset does need to change for these. I guess we should just make clear $260 total budget. You do have to draft all 23 starting positions in the auction. That does lead to some strategy, especially later in the auction, as you have a limited number of slots where you can fill. It comes to a point where you can't even bid on certain players if you're not careful and don't save your spots for players that you do want late.
Yep.
And then we do a 7-round snake draft at the end for our reserve picks, is how the NFBC auctions work.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you brought that up. We probably need to talk about the rules a little bit, just in case. I don't, this thing started so fast. I don't think we got that in. It's a 5x5 roto league. The trick here is that there are two catchers. You have to start two catchers. It's NFBC style. It's just your standard 5x5 roto. There is fab. And speaking of fab, I know a guy that has a fab show with the great Adam Howe on Pitcher List. Are you familiar with that?
Oh yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Britton. Yeah, on the wire, Adam Howe and myself record Friday evenings in season for Sunday morning fab. And yeah, that's in the off season. We've been going through our categorical rank or previews, and we concentrate on the range of players that may be available in the first couple of fab leagues. Yeah, early in the off season, we do get to talk about earlier round players that we don't get to talk about in season because of our format. But already once we start talking category previews like we have for the past few weeks, we're already looking at the the late round guys and guys that may not be drafted in every league that we can start targeting for the first couple of weeks.
I've been a fan of your show on the Wire, presented by Pitcher List, you and Adam, for many years. And now, of course, since we're in the an actual Fab League together, I'm going to be paying extra special attention, Kevin. Extra special attention. So, but I'm sure you're used to that, and I know you don't pull any punches. You tell it like it is.
Yeah, I try to. I don't think I ruffle too many feathers, but I try to put my true thoughts out there.
Well,
This
you're
this is
also a Kansas.
interesting.
Yeah,
No, go
you're
ahead.
also a Kansas City Royals fan, and it looks like you didn't go to the $55 for Bobby Witt.
I did not. I tend not to jump on the highest end. Now, I'm not averse to some of the higher end players, but I don't want to pay the top end. You know, when we see a few of these guys go off the board, and I was interested in there. We just saw Corbin Carroll for $42. I was interested there up to about 40, but I don't like going over 40. So I'm definitely not going to be in on the $50 players. How about you? Will you take a high price player, either hitter or pitcher?
I will. That was kind of my plan. I wanted Jazz Chisholm, and I wanted Ellie De La Cruz. So I wanted an elite, one of those
And you got
elite
them both.
shorts. Yeah, and I wanted one of those elite shortstops, one of those top 5 elite shortstops that can steal bases. And then Jazz, I've never drafted Jazz before, but I think this is the year for Jazz Chisholm Jr. with the Yankees. I think he's going to bat second. He's got third base outfield eligibility. I think he's going to get second base eligibility sooner than later. So you've got all that eligibility, and I love lefty power hitters. You know, that short porch is like 316 to right field. Like I think Jazz is set up for some big success. So I can't. I think you and I may be bidding against each other here. Hold on, I'll have to look at it. You know, my heart
We
sings.
are a little bit.
I know, man. I love Reese Olson, but so not to distract you at all.
Oh, nope. Not at all. Couple of really interesting things have already occurred. We have only seen here 11 or 12 players off the board auction.
I know. I've been going
The
crazy. I
two
need to calm
catchers
down.
that have went to the same team, Salvador Perez and William Contreras, are on the same team, Team 5, for a total of $75 for the two catchers.
That's pretty
Also, Bobby
cool.
Witt Jr. and Aaron Judge on the same team.
That's the old stars and scrubs philosophy.
Absolutely.
Is what do you think? I guess you said that you're not doing the $50, which I completely understand and respect that. I'm kind of I guess I am in the stars and scrubs because I paid up for Ellie and I paid up for Jazz. So I'm going to be on cruise control here for a little while. At least I hope so. So I don't need to blow the whole budget here in the first 20 noms. So if I start getting out of control, please please try to talk me off the ledge if you don't mind.
We have our first pitcher being auctioned at the moment. Paul Skeens up to $38 here.
That sounds like a bargain.
And it's slowing down. But
I keep forgetting this budget is 260. Man, that goes by quick, doesn't it?
it goes quick, especially, you can divide it up, and everybody's, whether they're 60-40 hitting, pitching. I think most people in an auction do have an idea, at least, of how much they want to spend on hitting versus pitching. But if you're in that 60-40 range, you're only spending between $100 and $105 on pitching.
Yeah.
And $45 is what we just saw Paul Skeens go for. $44, excuse me. So that makes it tough for me. I am more apt, although I won't go to the top end guys, I am a little more of the stars and scrubs on the hitting side, I do feel pretty comfortable filling in with some of the single digit bid players later. But on the pitching side, I really like to spread mine out. And I really like to try to get, four $15 to $20 guys rather than two $30 to $40 guys.
I agree with that 100%. That was my plan too, and I wrote down a bunch of names of pitchers in that 10 to 15 dollar range that I'm hoping to get. Of course, I won't get any of them for less than 20. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess we'll find out. But all right, things are rolling. We still got so many good players left too. Gunnar Henderson,
Oh, yeah.
Soto, Tucker, Skubal, Betts. A bunch of high end players still out there. Let me, to be honest, it's been going so fast. I haven't even. Y'all, let me check the old comments. Are you ready for some comments?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's see who's in the. Hold on, I gotta scroll up here.
Wait, we
by
got
the
a lot
way,
of people in the chat.
looks like about 60. No, that can't be. I can't. I was saying earlier, like I very rarely host. Like Michael Govier and Mike Virginia do all the hard work, and I even rarely live stream. So this could be an abject disaster. We'll see. We'll see. So Uncle Ted is in the chat. What up, Uncle Ted? He says, let me guess, Hasting is team 5. I don't know. Are you can you divulge your
Oh, I can absolutely divulge the team I am at here. I am team 2, actually. I know where that comment came from, is because I am someone that would go for 2 high-end catchers like that typically. But as we discussed earlier, more so in a snake draft than here in the auction. I will be in on some of the higher end catchers, but I'm going to hope for a little bit of savings on a couple of them when I have such a large group, 11, 12 guys I'm interested in.
Yeah. Another twist, like this is a 15 team league. So it adds a whole new level of difficulty. 12, you'd think like 12 team, 15 team, what's the big deal? 3. I was like, oh man, it's like night and day how quick it thins out in 15 teams. That's just how it works. But it's fun too, because you really got to get in there and somebody's going to spend $5 on Freddie Fermin just because they have to, or whatever.
Right.
So I guess we'll see. I think, speaking of catchers, Shea Bangaliers just got bid up a little bit. He was somebody I wanted, but apparently he's somebody everybody wants too. And with a group like this, like the Bubba and the Bloom listener league, like we're not getting away with anything. Like nobody's going to sneak through a player. Like if you want somebody, you're just going to have to bid them up, and you just do what you got to do. But so this isn't like me and my work buddies draft, and everybody here knows what they're doing. So I just got to get mentally prepared for that. But here we got Gunnar Henderson. That was one of the shortstops. If I didn't get Ellie, I was going to look at what's your philosophy on the shortstop position, or really any position, anyone you particularly feel like, well, I better get in early, or because I don't like the guys late.
No, however, at the same time, what I do early will affect that. There are positions I'm more comfortable with later. Second base has gotten a lot of talk this offseason. No, it is not deep at the top of elite second baseman, but I feel like there's a big pocket late, especially if you're looking for like little batting average boost and some stolen bases. So I tend to wait on second base a little bit. third base, I feel comfortable. Corners, this is an old Derek Carty thing, Britton Allan.
Oh,
This is a Derek Carty thing that if don't spend money on corners. And I haven't always followed that religiously, but I have noticed myself this year waiting on both first and third base, at least in snake drafts. And so I'll probably be looking to save some money on those positions here today as well.
we are lockstep, Kevin. It's like you read my little sheet here. I wrote at the very top, well, I said pay up for elite shortstop. The next thing I wrote is wait on first base and wait on third base. So
Love it.
looks like I don't know if we're great minds, Kevin. I mean, but we're definitely minds.
And
And
we
we're
are
thinking
thinking
alike.
alike here.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out. So let's look at your team. Are you still waiting in the weeds, kind of doing your snake thing, just waiting to pounce, or how's it going?
I'm still waiting, and I am being careful not to wait too long. You do want to spend your money in a couple of spots, or you'll have money left over. However, at the same time, almost every player that has gone off the board has gone for a higher uh, dollar value than I had um, planned on. Not necessarily that I planned on would go, but that I would be interested. Which means here before too long, we should start seeing some value on some of the players because extra money is already off of the board.
It's not unlimited. So that's why I think some of the veteran auctioneer players like yourself are waiting because they know the highfalutin, not highfalutin, but the overspenders like myself eventually going to have to tone it down just because it's the budget's the budget. You don't get a loan, like it's not like Vegas where your budget's gone and then you go to that phone that you can call like your credit
The
card
rebuy.
company. I've done that. Yeah, that's the call of shame right there. I've done that way more than I should admit. But you can't do that
Worse
here.
than
No,
the call of shame is waiting in line to do that. You're with a whole bunch of people in that same same spot you're in.
exactly. Yeah, but you got to do what you got to do. You're in Vegas, so you got to do it. And then you know what? I'll win so much money, I'll pay it back as soon as I get
Right.
home. Yeah, that's always what
Exactly.
happens, obviously.
We
But
got Garrett Crochet approaching $30 here.
good
Are you
call.
in on Garrett Crochet?
Um, yes, I'm not thrilled with pitching at Fenway, but I don't know. I've also been thinking that great pitching beats the ballpark dimensions and great batters. So yeah, I like Garrett Crochet, and I think that was a pretty reasonable price, wasn't it? Yeah, $29.
29. So 10 plus dollars less than the Skeen, Scooble, Wheelers that we've seen all go for 40 or more.
Yeah, so it's in that tier below, and I mean there's a decent chance Crochet has more strikeouts than Skeens and more wins too. So yeah, if you want an ace, and you don't want to spend 40-45 bucks, yeah, I like Crochet. But then he's just never had that. The Chicago White Sox, they had him doing 4 innings, and so you got a little bit of is he going to have a full 200? Is he going to have 150? So you got kind of that thrown in the mix. But that's every pitcher. It's like you don't really know, obviously,
Right.
but yeah, that's why it's tough to pay up for those pitchers. Speaking of one pitcher, I wanted to talk to you about old Spencer Strider. I'm fascinated to see what he goes for. He may start a spring training game. He may be a month out. If you miss 1 month of the season, we'll see what that does to his value. What's your take on Spencer Strider for the Braves?
I am interested and it of course it depends on where the rest of this group wants to go there. But early off season, we heard that he could be ready for opening day, but the Braves were going to move slowly and cautiously, and we might not see him until early June. That came from the team. Well, more recently from the team, we're hearing, as you alluded to, we may see a spring training appearance and then him in game action at the MLB level by the end of April. That's a huge difference between early June. And if you're going to get 5+ months of Spencer Strider, even if they're monitoring his workload, if we're getting to that 115, 120 innings that he's projected for, and many of the projection systems with that we all take a look at on Fangraphs, then I'm interested.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's so teams generally don't tell the truth, right? So, you've got June and then you've got April, so the truth is somewhere in the middle. Which I guess is May. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Spencer Strider's interesting, but I just have a sneaking suspicion there's not going to be much of a discount on him. But I guess we'll see. But he can definitely be ace style production without hitting that $40-$45 mark. So moving right along here, Kevin. Still with your full budget. I hope you don't mind me saying so.
No, not one bit. Not one bit.
So you're waiting a little bit. You're going to let the feeding frenzy. If that's a sentence, probably not. You're going to let everybody get in there and eat each other up, and then you're going to smooth glide in. I see you coming a mile away. Your Hawaiian laid back atmosphere. I ain't buying it. You're an assassin ready to kill. No, you're not going to kill anybody, but I like your strategy. But so we'll see. We've just barely started. Round 3? That's it. God, this seems to be going a lot faster than it is. Because how many rounds do we draft here? So we got 20 more rounds. Yep.
Yeah.
20 more rounds. So I need to take it easy. I'm drinking my Nupresso. I don't know. Do you like coffee?
Oh, absolutely love coffee. Drink it all day long.
Me too. And we got one of those Nupresso machines. We did have a Keurig, but then we got an Nupresso, and the Nupresso machine, not a sponsor. I wish you were, but it's like having a Starbucks down in the kitchen. I absolutely love it. So I had my Nupresso, my afternoon Nupresso, completely caffeinated. I got my waters set up over here. So I'll probably have to take a break at some point. Nature calls, and but we'll see. Do they do breaks? Does NFBC, do they do I don't know if that happens.
After round 7, Jeff put it over here in the other chat. I know we got like 4 chats we're looking at here. The first one is after round 7.
7. All right, that sounds good.
Yeah, they do 2 5-minute breaks, so they kind of split it into thirds here for us.
All right. One of my favorite catchers is being bid on right now. I'm not in on that, unfortunately. But I won't talk about it while it's going on. But yeah, 2 catchers, you got to get in there sooner than later, because at some point every team is going to be thinking, "Uh-oh, I've got $100 left, and I need 5 pitchers and 2 catchers."
Right, and I'm a little higher here on Tyler Stevenson than I wanted to go, but I did acquire his services, $17. Tyler Stevenson is one of my probably most rostered catchers. I think he does get that 500 plate appearances we talked about earlier. And I'm just a big fan. And we started to see him come around last season. I think a lot of people forget that after Tyler Stevenson's somewhat of a breakout a few years ago, and many people were excited about him. He had concussion issues. Like he was, even when he was playing, he was not 100%. And so I feel like we have a healthy Tyler Stevenson now that could get over 500 plate appearances. And so he is definitely one of those catchers I'm interested in.
Me too. I love Tyler Stevenson. I think he's a great catcher, your first catcher. He would be an even better second catcher, obviously, but in a 15-team league, that's probably not workable unless you really pay up. But yeah, he had some injuries. He was a big time prospect for the Cincinnati Red. Had some injuries, the concussions you talked about. He got hit on the backswing right a couple times.
Yeah,
and so it's not like it was elbow, shoulder, stuff like that. It was just these unfortunate, unlucky injuries. But now he's 27, 28. He had a great season last season. He's probably going to pop 20 home runs with a decent average. And that's exactly what you want. And he's going to hit probably fourth, fifth in that Cincinnati Reds lineup. I really like that. I like the Cincinnati Reds. Obviously, I've spent up on Ellie. So I'm a big fan of the hitters in that ballpark too. All right, looks like it's my sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to do Guerrero for $1, but I had to nominate somebody before it automatically did. I apologize for that.
I went straight to 30. So
yes, thank you, whoever
no
did
issue
that.
there.
I'll try to do better, but see, got some dishes here and there.
So one quirk of the NFBC draft software, which the reason I love doing this, Britton, is because I have done the auction championship on NFBC, drafting in Las Vegas a couple of times, but I never really, even though I heard how great it was, never really trusted draft software. And they've come a long way on all the sites, but the NFBC is absolutely amazing. A couple of the quirks that you'll probably we'll never get rid of in doing online auctions. But as far as I'm concerned, about as good as it can get. And they have this max bid feature, and you could even loaded up players prior to the draft starting with the maximum amount you want to bid, but it automatically bids for you as the bids go up. So you're not necessarily spending that max bid. And some of the players in this auction have definitely taken advantage of that feature. If you notice you put in a bid and it immediately goes to another guy for $1 more, he's used that max bid feature.
Yep. And not only that, because it happens so fast, and then you're right back on the clock. So it kind of presses you to make a decision. It's pressure.
And if you have too many guys, max bid loaded on too many guys, and you start filling up spots, you can run into trouble with, like we talked earlier, because we have to draft our 23 starters for our lineup. You can start running out of positions to put guys.
Yeah, so that's something to pay attention to. My biggest fear is that I start getting into pitching too late. I don't have a catcher. I know it's only round 3 and we got 23 rounds, but zero at some point I start to get a little nervous, and I think that's just because of drafting on NFBC, those draft and hold leagues. You don't want Travis d'Arnaud as your first catcher, but things can get out of hand real quick, and I know I've done that before. All right, so it looks like
you've done pretty good at backing off after your 2 early purchases.
Yeah, fear is powerful, and I'm scared to death of running out of money because I've done that too. So I'm trying to take it easy and stick to the plan, which I wrote out in old school pen and paper.
I I have the yellow legal pad going as well. We're here to make Bubba proud.
Yeah, right. So yeah, no Excel sheets, no draft software, nothing like that. Just me with the pen writing down. Don't forget about this guy at this price at some point. So we'll see if that works. Who knows? But yeah, this is a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. I love. I don't play a whole lot of auctions. I mostly do draft and hold. So this is pretty exciting. And you were talking to me about your draft and holds and the leagues you've got going on right now. What about Vegas, the NFBC main event? Are you doing any of those this year?
Yes, I'll do the main event and an auction championship is my plan. I've done one or the other for the past 4 years, I want to say now. And for the first time, I'm going to try to do both. And that main event will be Champions League. I will do the Champions League.
That's awesome. And the Champions League, I believe, was set up by Rob De Pietro, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was Batflip Crazy. It was Toby Guevin's little brainchild that he would talk about with Rob DiPietro on Pull Hitter Pod and in his amazing Discord. And Phil Dussault was in on it, Steve Weimer. They kind of put it all together, and the NFBC was all about it. And in the first season, there were over 200 entrants. And what it is, for those that may not know, is you enter a main event, a $350 online championship, and a draft and hold, draft champions. And all three of those leagues are combined to one overall score. And the top 15 that finish, and that did finish in the 2024 season, those 15 players will be having an auction like this one in Las Vegas Friday afternoon. And those 15 are playing, I believe it was an extra $250 on top of the entry fee of the three leagues.
Wow.
And that all went to a side pot. So there is, with 200 entrants, there is over $50,000 on the line in that 15-team auction that they'll be drafting on Friday. And they don't have to put up any more money for it. They qualified.
Wow, that's intense, man. Congratulations to those folks. I've met Rob.
Oh, yeah.
I met Batflip Toby out in Arizona. Super cool, super nice guys. And I was in a league once with Steve. That didn't go well for me.
Oh no, I was in. I was in that same league. I believe that was a First Pitch Arizona league where he got the draft at the end, right behind us. And
that's exactly right.
It did not go well.
He's a great player. All right. Let's see where we are here. We're still in round 3. I think that's right. Let me know if I'm looking at that wrong. But
we are.
We are. Okay, great. So we still got a long ways to go. But we got Logan Gilbert here, who I really like. I like all the Mariners pitching, just like most people. Shout out to Sam Worshing, Seattle Mariners fan, part of the Pallazzo group. Also, shout out to my friends at Pallazzo, of course, Michael Govier, Mike Virginia, Ben, Robbie, all the folks, Sam too. So we're having a good time over there. Tell us what's going on with hang on here. I got real excited. I think you know why I got excited there for a second.
Yeah,
but it looks like
I don't think quick.
Yeah,
you're not the only one. Lawrence Butler is at $27 and climbing.
I didn't want to do it. I think I'm gonna. I can't pay $30. So congratulations. Yeah, I'm big into the athletics hitting in West Sacramento. I think there's a lot of talk about it, and some people say it's not that big a deal. Some people like me think it is. It may be a big deal. I look at it, and I'd love to hear your take, but I look at it like this: these are major league hitters in a AAA ballpark, and that it may not be like hitting in Dunedin or Buffalo, but it ain't hitting in the Coliseum or wherever the A's played there last year. So I'm buying into it. I'm trying to tone it down, but I think that's a big one of the reasons why Lawrence Butler, almost got $30. What do you think of
Yeah,
the
what the
what do you think of that situation?
I'm right on board with you. I think, first of all, if it is indeed a neutral ballpark, as um, as we've been told, neutral for the PCL is going to be very good for major league hitters. And on the flip side, I'm very scared of Oakland pitchers and visiting pitchers when they head into Sacramento.
Yeah, that's a good point. No Oakland pitchers for me, no matter what the price. That's just a no go. And I do like all the Oakland hitters because let's say that you're visiting, you're in the AAA and you're batting seventh for the AAA team. That the seventh batter on the AAA. No offense to those gentlemen making it to AAA, most people don't, but that's not a major league hitter. So your 7, 8, 9 hitter for your minor league team, that doesn't equate to a major league baseball team. So I'm kind of, it's like no one knows what's going to happen. So I'm fascinated, but I kind of want to buy in. I want to get some shares of the A's and also the situation in Tampa Bay too. I think that hitting in Florida is outdoors with 316 short porch to right field is probably going to be a pretty good deal for some of the Rays hitters. What do you think?
I agree, and I think the right-handed hitters are being overlooked. If you look at ballpark factors for home runs, Yankee Stadium is just as good, if not better, for righties as it is for lefties, and that's due to oppo fly balls actually carrying out of the ballpark, right? So I think there is an opportunity because I think everybody's in on the lefties. I think people are overlooking the righties.
That's a great point. I think you want to it boosts up everybody's value, and
Yep.
people have different values, of course, for every player. That kind of boosts up like a random player, like we know Kim isn't going to be ready for the beginning of the season, and the Rays signed Ha-Seong Kim to a 2-3 year deal, but he's not going to be ready for the opening season. It's going to be a month or two. So does that kind of prop up the value of like Jose Cara? I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing the name, but the Jose Caballero. Thank you. I apologize. Or Richie Palacios, because those guys are going to get some time in early on in the season. So it's just going to be interesting to see how it goes. Yeah. So, those are the two situations with the Rays. Yeah, the Rays and the Athletics, like that's kind of it's so up in the air because no one knows what's going to happen. I think we all assume it's going to boost up the hitters, but who knows? All right,
Yeah,
Trey Turner.
this is definitely a Bubba and the Bloom listener league. We just saw Gabriel Moreno a couple of picks back go for $14 here in this league. His $15 actually. His AAV in auctions so far on the NFBC was 6. So 2.5 times his average auction value is what he went for. For those listening that may not get to listen to Bubba and the Bloom as often as they may like, we know Bubba is our catching guru.
Bubba has all the info on all the catchers, kind of a catching specialist. As a fan of the Bubba and the Bloom podcast, which I am, and a fan of Bubba and a fan of Ryan too. Two great guys I've had the pleasure of getting to know a little bit over the years.
Oh, they're amazing.
Arizona.
If you haven't played golf with them in Arizona, you got join the golf outing next time you're at First Pitch.
I played golf twice in my life, and I regretted both times. I played once, and I was a relatively young man. I was in my late 20s. And it was like one of those par 3 courses, like a 9-hole par 3 course, and we just went out. And I obviously I've never taken a lesson or anything like that. And man, I woke up the next day and there were so many things wrong with my back. I was like, I can't, because there's nothing natural about a golf swing. So that kind of ended my golf career at that point. But
Yeah, Aaron Gifts in the chat mentioning that because it was very early, we had just gotten started when you mentioned Shea Langeliers going for $14, and that's looking like a bargain with what the catchers have been going for since. And that's the trick with an auction is trying to figure out what the value is going to be established for either a position or a category or even just a tier at a position.
Yeah, that's a good point. Shea Langeliers has definitely been getting a lot of pub around the fantasy baseball folks, and rightfully so. He's power all day, and he's going to be that lefty power bat that we talked about, hitting in Sacramento. So he looks kind of like a Cal Raleigh, but I'm sure Cal will go for a whole lot more than Shea Langeliers. 30 plus home runs from your catcher situation. But that's just all just me guessing. We'll see. One player coming up to the top of the queue, Mr. Ronald Acuna Jr., one of the more not polarizing, but like everybody's got a different take on what's going to happen with him. Are you able to share your idea or your position on Ronald Acuna Jr. and how you see him coming into this year?
If he comes out firing and is healthy, congratulations to the person in my league that acquired him.
Yeah.
I'm too worried. There's too many ways that I'm afraid because he's still going third roundish in snake drafts, $26 AAV here in the auction room, and that's just too expensive when he's already stated he's probably going to run less. We don't know what that means. There's a lot of room between 70 stolen bases when we saw in his last healthy season and what would not be enough stolen bases for us in this spot. But also the power, last time that this occurred on his other knee, he didn't have the power when he came back that first season. So I'm afraid we could be looking at a guy with a decent batting average and nice counting stats for us, but really not provide the home runs or stolen bases that are being paid for right now.
Yeah, I think it's super risky. Ronald Acuna Jr. has been one of my favorite players in the league, just like a lot of people. But yeah, two surgically repaired knees. Every swing you got to torque up your body. But he's young enough and of course getting the best medical attention and Atlanta, Georgia can provide. So it's going to be interesting. I've talked about him before. His projections on like the Bat X are like 26 home runs, 38 stolen bases, and I think those are high. Of course, who am I to argue with whoever Derek Carty? But it's just like I just don't see him stealing 38 bases this year. I think that's just asking too much, given his history. But that's just my opinion. So yeah, Ronald Acuna Jr. It's like everybody, and we're going to have to make a decision on him too sooner than later. So we'll see. It'll be fascinating to see what he goes for. I bet he'll go for more than we think, but that's just my opinion. And speaking of which, we've another injury, guys. Jacob deGrom. Although deGrom ended last season firing on all cylinders, but if you look at his innings pitched over the past 5 years, does he ever sniff 100? I don't think so. I'll have to go back and look at it. But Jacob deGrom, when he's got that Spencer Strider a thing to him, like when do you get him? Because everybody wants a healthy Jacob deGrom. Everybody wants a healthy Spencer Strider. What's your take on deGrom?
I have drafted deGrom in the third round this season. While I am trying to be fairly injury risk averse with many players. Um, Maybe it's hypocritical, but I just feel like this is the first time in 5 or 6 years that Jacob deGrom is healthy. I feel like that we can say that with confidence.
Yeah.
Does that mean he'll stay healthy? No, but I feel like he is healthy. We saw him still. It was only about 10 innings, but it looked like vintage Jacob deGrom at the end of September. And now a full healthy offseason. I'm in.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to draft Jacob deGrom because I mean, there's a chance. When he signed that big deal, the big contract with Texas, he's not the type of guy that like Anthony Rendon that signs the big contract and then is just going to coast. Like he's he's way more competitive and a team guy. So I think he's going to do and this is all narrative street. I love the narrative street. But I think he's the type of, he's got the type of makeup where he's going to do everything he can to be out there and give it his best. And again, that's narrative street. So, but his health is an issue. Obviously, that's why he's not going higher. But man, when he was on, he was the best pitcher in the game by far. I loved watching Jacob deGrom pitch when he was with the Mets and just, batters just blowing by batters left and right. The only one time I saw, not one time, but one of the times I love about Jazz is he hit a Jacob deGrom heater. It was about 6 inches high from the zone, and Jazz cranked that sucker to the stands. And I remember deGrom looking at him like, huh. But Jacob
That
deGrom,
is on.
yeah. If you do one of those main events, you should get deGrom, Strider, Ronald Acuna, like all on the same team. Just roll. Go for the Powerball button, baby. Just do all those those high risk guys, and everything. If everything works out, you're going to be sitting pretty at number one.
Yeah, Justin Mason tried that a few years ago in a main event, and he still talks about how horribly it went. So, one or two of those guys, yes, but not all on the same team.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race sometimes. From a wise man once said, not me, a wise man. So we'll see. But it'd sure be fun. But yeah, if you're drafting all those high end but very injury risky guys, you might be throwing away some money. But it'd be a fun ride just to try it out. Man, so here we are in round 5. So many good players left. Jackson Merrill, Ronald Acuna, Austin Riley. Man. O'Neill Cruz, Devers. Did you see that Devers? Did you see that Devers clip? I don't know if it was today, but Rafael Devers for Boston. It was him, and I believe it was translator, and he was sitting there just looking grumpy as heck. And one of the reporters asked him, "So, if they ask you to DH, are you going to DH?" And he goes, "No."
Yeah, he does not seem
straight to the point.
that.
Yeah, he's not playing around. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah. So and one of the reporters asked him to expand, and he expanded. He said, "Yeah, I play on turf." That was it. End of story. So they signed Bregman to a 40 million. Essentially a 40 million one year contract. I don't know. It's a S ton of money. And so Bregman, I guess, doesn't sound like Devers is giving up third base. So we'll see how that works. Is Bregman going to play second? Is Bregman going to DH? I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I think there's more movement coming. I think we'll have a better idea. It doesn't help us in this draft, but I think we'll have a better idea when we get to the late March drafts, a weekend or two before the season starts. I don't think all these Red Sox will still be on the roster.
That's very interesting. You've got Devers at third, Trevor Story, playing second. Trevor Story playing short, and second is Rafaela. So is it Cedane Rafaela playing second? I know he plays outfield too.
I think he's in center.
Is he in center? All right. So obviously I don't know who plays second base for the Boston Red Sox. I don't know. I have an idea. So I guess we'll see. Maybe it's Bregman now. Maybe Bregman is going to.
Well, they got Vaughn Grissom. They have David Hamilton. That would have to play second base with Story back at shortstop. And then now Alex Bregman. The way the roster is constructed at the moment, I think Alex Bregman is the second baseman.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, either second or DH, one or the other. But I guess that's a good problem to have if you're the Red Sox. You know, where do we put all our good hitters? So here we got Freddie Freeman. I like Freddie Freeman. Obviously, he's as steady as it goes. You know, put him in your first base slot, then never think about it again. Oh, hold on, let me nominate. Jackson Merrill, one of those rookies, came out. You know, there's so many, not so many, but a lot of rookies just didn't live up to the hype. But there was one that did, and that's Jackson Merrill. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Jackson Churia, the Jacksons came out great last year, but it looks like Merrill's already over $30. So there goes my $19 dream or whatever my max bid was on that. But that max bid got blown out of the water, didn't it?
Yeah, he jumped right up to $30 really quick
and in a hurry.
What do you think of Corbin Burns in Arizona, Britton? We're on Corbin Burns now. Most of the top tier pitchers have went for upper 30s and even $40+. I think we're going to see a lot of Corbin Burns here.
This is what happened to me, Kevin, last year. I drafted a lot of Corbin Burns because I'm a big believer in walk-year guys. And these are all professional athletes, and they want money, and they want as much money as they can possibly get, and they're in a position to do it. And so I thought Corbin Burns is going to have a great year. I don't think he did, but because of his track record and because he's still talented by all the objective metrics, he's still got a great deal. But so yeah, I was kind of disappointed in Corbin Burns. I thought he was going to have a good year. I didn't think it was all that great. Please tell me if I'm wrong. I may have. You know, sometimes my bias and prejudice of players kind of.
No, I think compared. I think compared to the pricing of other starting pitching so far in this auction, $26 I think is a nice price.
I do. I think that's a good price.
Still trying to stay below that, like we talked earlier. I'm going to look to get 3 or 4 guys in the mid to upper teens. Rather than going that high on one guy. But I was tempted there at the end to throw an extra.
Click the one more. I know.
Because he is, $12 to $15 less than the other elite starting pitching has gone so far in this auction.
It's so tempting. So to hit that one more dollar button because you're like, well, obviously I'm not going up to 30. I'm not doing 30. But I'll do 27. I'm like, 27 ain't that far from 30, buddy. So I need to this is me talking to myself, So I need to slow your roll, unless you like Corbin Burns, which I think he's going to be successful in Arizona, no doubt. I like Tony Lavello. I like all their hitters out there. Kettle Marte. Wasn't he the number 1 second baseman as far as offensive production was last year? So it sounds like you're going to have some good run support. But 26 just seems about right for Corbin Burns.
Yeah, I was tempted.
All right, at the top of my not my cue, but top of the little list here, Ronald Acuna, Jacob deGrom, Austin Riley. This is going to be decision time here sooner than later. What do you believe, sir? What do you believe, sir? Do you believe Ronald Acuna is going to, let's say we look into our crystal ball, Kevin, and you look in there and you look and you see the mist clear, and you see Ronald Acuna 26 home runs, 20 stolen bases. That's a productive season. What's the value for that for an auction like this? 26 home runs, 20 stolen bases from your outfielder.
That is a great question.
$20.
So what I am going to do is I have a auction calculator set up for 15-team NFBC format league, $260 budget. And I'm looking at the hitters here and thinking who else I think that may be similar to. And Kyle Tucker, a few more home runs than that.
Yeah.
So is Ronald Acuna Jr. in his current state worth what Kyle Tucker is going for? I mean, he's projected for a handful more home runs than the stats you gave me. Low 30s home runs, about 20 stolen bases, 90 runs, 90 RBI, 275-ish batting average. So I think that's what we're looking at, right around there.
Good. Tucker typically has a better batting average. He's like a 270, 280 guy, whereas Acuna is more like a 250-ish. So that so that makes a little bit of difference, I would think. But yeah, if you he just went
$27 is the answer, Britton.
Yeah. 27 kind of seems to be the thing where people are like, okay, once you go past 27, you get way too. Nobody wants to see that three burger, up on their accounts receivable, or actually not the receivable, the other one. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so Ronald Acuna Jr. That's the news. Went for $27. So if you're looking at a 26 home run, 20 production, yeah, 27 is pretty reasonable.
One of the really fun things about auctions for me personally is I end up drafting players that no matter how many snake drafts I do, I never end up with. So it's not because I don't like the player, but the way I draft, we all have different situations. I'll get to the end of, an area of a draft where this is where I typically go after pitching. So I'll never have certain hitters on a team. But then in an auction, that brings everybody back into play. And one of those players I've been really intrigued with, I just purchased in this auction. I don't have him on any snake draft team, and that's O'Neal Cruz. What are your thoughts on O'Neal Cruz at shortstop in 2025?
I'm a huge fan of O'Neal Cruz for the Pittsburgh Pirates. If you, I looked at O'Neal Cruz too, because like I wrote at the top of my list, I want an elite shortstop. I have to have one of the elite shortstops. And so O'Neal Cruz is an elite shortstop. And if I looked at his StatCast page the other day for another draft, and oh baby, I'm not sure anybody hits the ball harder than O'Neal Cruz does in a league of hard hitters. So
I think the top 25 hard hits last year were, 15 of them were Giancarlo Stanton. 9 of them were O'Neal Cruz, and 1 was Ellie De La Cruz, if I remember right. Something it's that type of spread of the hardest hit balls in 2024.
O'Neal Cruz is got great elite talent. And he Jacob, just to update, Jacob deGrom just went for $23.
Right.
Love it. That may be the steal of the draft, I think. Because like we said, deGrom ended the year full steam ahead. So I like that a lot. So whoever got Jacob deGrom for $23, I think that was a very, very good pick. I think I bid 20 on him, and then I just didn't hit the button again. I'm not sure. I
Ryan
guess
Bluefield's in the chat, and I couldn't agree more. He said, hopefully Pitt lets him run. Mega stolen base upside if they do. I am definitely in that boat now.
Yeah, I totally agree. Let's see. Austin Riley's up, and I guess I'm going to stick to my wait on first and third. But Austin Riley's he just screams bounce back year. He had a down season last year, had some injuries, but he's 27 years old. From Starkville, Mississippi. Well, he may not be from Starkville, Mississippi, but he played at Mississippi State Bulldog. I just think he's going to bounce back in a big way. Austin Riley for the Braves. What do you think?
I agree. Most of the Braves, I think, I don't think we'll see them do what they did in 2023. But I think all the guys that were, especially the ones that were banged up in 2024, we see them bounce back towards 2023 a little bit, if not all the way. But yeah, Riley, Mark Olson, yeah, all those guys. Unfortunately, they're corners, Britton, and we decided we're waiting on corners.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we still got Matt Olson out there. We got Manny Machado out there. Pete Alonso got his money. Well, some of it. No, a lot of it. Yeah. I think he wanted a longer term contract. I totally get it. But the market is the market. So yeah. So you got Jake Berger right now, who I really like a lot. Hitting in Texas. He went for $18. He was on my list, but that was a little bit more than I had planned on. Here's a catcher, Wilson Contreras. Need to start looking into the catcher markets probably sooner than later. He's going to play first base this year. Wilson Contreras for St. Louis, which I think is great for his value.
And DH. And some of the projection systems still only have him for like 450, 480 at bats. So that's a mistake. If you're looking at those projections, you either need to manually adjust it or wait for them to be adjusted. Yep. Because if he's healthy, he's a 650 plate appearance catcher.
Totally agree.
Because he's not going to play the catching position. So Salvador Perez, Yainer Diaz earlier had went for $24. William Contreras had went for $29 or $30. I just went that $24 on Wilson Contreras. So he's in that top tier for me.
I've said it before. I've said it again. Those Venezuelan catchers are the way to go. You like French wines, German roast beef. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but you know what I mean. Like the Contreras bloodline is just different. So he kind of had a down year last year. I think it was his lowest home run total for a while, but I think that's you're getting a break on that. Hold on, let me nominate somebody here. All right, there's my boy Manny Machado. I love Manny Machado. He's like, for the Padres, Manny Machado, he's third base. Is like he's going to get his numbers. He just is. Right. He's going to play. He's going to get his numbers. He was kind of I wouldn't say a dog-it player in Baltimore, but now it's when he first started. Obviously he was very young. But now he's just like the consummate professional. I mean, he's going to play. He's going to play hard. He's going to get his numbers. So whoever got Manny Machado.
And $26, I think more than a fair price. Other than we both said earlier, we're probably not spending much money on the corner infield positions. But I think Manny Machado became old and boring overnight. And I think is a good value these days.
He is. He does it every year. I like him a lot. Max Fried, my Atlanta Braves, former Atlanta Braves favorite pitcher. I guess I can still like him even though he plays for New York. 5-pitch mix. Max Fried. I think, and I don't want to talk about, I guess, too much about him while the bidding's happening. But what's your stance on pitchers, new ballparks, first year of the big contract? Do you care? Not care? Hey, what do you think?
Guys like Max Fried, I don't care. Younger guys, I might give it a little bit of extra thought. And look at some specific things, but yeah, other than like we talked about the West Sacramento situation earlier. Now that would be a different story if Oakland had some elite pitching. Then I'd have decisions to make. It's easier just to say I'm going to avoid that situation, but in most instances, I don't worry too much about the ballpark. Depending, of course, on the type of pitcher. Here's a perfect example. I think Brady Singer might actually have a park upgrade going from Kauffman to Great American Ballpark, which would sound absolutely insane, I am sure, to most people. But those ballparks, the park factors are equal as far as runs scored, right? Kauffman has a higher BABIP than Great American Ballpark. Great American Ballpark gets its run value from home runs, and Brady Singer's a ground ball pitcher. I mean, he could have a better season this year than he had in 2024, and people are avoiding him. You could get him in drafting holds after pick 500. That's a perfect example, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we may have stumbled across one of Kevin's tells here about maybe a pitcher he's trying to target later. I'm just kidding, obviously, but yeah, I agree with that. Brady Singer's talented. And it's always a good thing sometimes to get a fresh start. Speaking of the Reds, I think Gavin Lux has actually already been thrown out there. Do you think
he was?
Yeah. So I'm not sure what he went for, but
$1.
$1. Yeah, there you go. What do you think about Gavin Lux new digs out in beautiful downtown Cincinnati? Shout out. I've been to opening day in Cincinnati. It was awesome. They had the parade. That was back when Sonny Gray played there, and so the whole city shuts down and you're downtown for the parade and all that kind of stuff. Opening day in Cincinnati was a blast.
Oh yeah, I am certain it was. Been to a couple opening days, not in Cincinnati. It is always a blast. Gavin Lux, he's just not my thing. The Dodgers finally gave up on him. I gave up on him prior to that. I mean, he's somebody I'll keep an eye on in my fab leagues. In the leagues he does not get drafted, but I do not have interest in drafting him. I just think Cincinnati still crowded. There's still guys I like in Cincinnati that I liked last year, that whether it was due to underperformance or injury, it didn't work out, that I'm back in on, that I think will play in front of Gavin Lux. Guys like, I know he's a first baseman, but the way they have so many guys they can shuffle around on that infield, I'd be much more interested in Christian Encarnacion Strand than Gavin Lux, somebody like that.
Yeah, Gavin, he's just got that punchable face. I probably shouldn't say that, but man, there's just something about him. I don't know, but he was the guy that had just skyrocketed up the minors, just killing the minor leagues, and then got to the majors and had that injury rounding the bases. He lost a year, so we'll see if this kick starts the rest of his career. Of course, I think he's already got a couple World Series rings with the Dodgers. Maybe one. Maybe I'm not sure if it's one or two, but. So he'll be all right. But speaking of corner guys, here's
one for you. We got there you go. You go ahead. A corner and one of the young, exciting players out there.
Yeah, I think you and I both saw him and kind of perked up for a second.
Yeah, but that price went out of my range too quickly, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too. I like Junior. We're talking about Junior Caminero, third baseman for Tampa Bay. Power off the charts, talent off the charts. But he hadn't done it in the major leagues yet. I mean, he had a cup of coffee, and he looked promising. But we'll see how it goes in a full year. But I think that's a good price. I think, as we talked about, hitting in Florida, also in the outdoors, also a good idea. So I am down with that. Let's see. Here we are in round 6, still going strong. How's your team going? Let's run through our teams real quick. Kevin, why don't you go first?
Yeah, so keeping with the reason somebody had guessed that I would be team 5 due to 2 early catchers, I did spend a little less, but I do have my 2 catchers, Wilson Contreras and Tyler Stevenson for a combined $41.
Wow,
We talked
awesome.
about O'Neal Cruz at $25, locking down my shortstop. My first pick was Jordan Alvarez, who I am huge on at his, even in auctions. This is a more of an early second round price, and he's somebody I have drafted as early as 9 in the first round. I'm really big on Jordan Alvarez.
Yep.
I know the worry is the knees, but they're healthy. They're healthy right now, and they have been for 2 years. And he said the comments not long ago scared a lot of people. His knee was bothering him at the end of last year, but it's fine right now. And his knees are going to bother him his entire career. But when he's playing through it like he has the last 2 seasons, he's a top 10 hitter in baseball, easy.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I mean, he's an elite power hitter, and he's going to bat in the heart of the Astros offense there with Altuve and those folks. And here we've got a very interesting player. I'd like to get your take. I don't know if you're in on the bidding. If you are, I'll shut up. But Britton Doyle, the outfielder for Colorado, one of the co-hosts of the Pallazzo podcast, Mike Virginia, is a huge Britton Doyle fan. So I'm very familiar with Britton Doyle. It looks like he's getting bid up here. People are buying the 2020 of Britton Doyle. What do you think?
Yes, I do as well. I am careful not to draft too many Colorado Rockies on the same team because it's been several years since they've had a player elite enough that I would be comfortable leaving him in my lineup when Colorado's on the road. Now, in an NFBC format, we can get 80 of the 81 home games that Colorado plays.
Sweet.
And only have to eat 1 road start because we can change our lineups on Friday. That is possible, but that's a lot of maintenance. If you're willing to put in that work, then there are some valuable Rockies, and Britton Doyle is absolutely one of them. I try not to have too many of them on the same team because I am willing to do that. But if you got more than 1 or 2 of those guys, then you're eating up your bench spots each week when they're on the road to get them out of your lineup. So you have to be a little careful there, in my opinion.
Great point. I think that's great. Looks like you just nominated Jordan Westberg.
I did, and that was kind of a scramble because I had not noticed that it was my nomination, and I didn't want it picked for me. But he is someone I have drafted in a spot or 2, not a lot of. I think he could be the Baltimore, young player to really break out in 2025. And with that dual second, third base eligibility,
it's valuable.
I think he could be a really nice player this season.
Yeah, I totally agree. He had a great season last year, 260. Yeah. So Jordan Westberg, definitely someone to look at. Would he go for 18? Yeah.
$18.
Yeah,
I might wish I'd have been in on that later, but
yeah.
Like I said, there's that pocket of average and speed at second base that I've tended to wait on. So
yeah,
I haven't spent a ton of money, but I've spent more than you have. I have $121 to go, and I've only drafted 5 players. So gonna have to start
Yeah,
looking for these deals that are going to come. We're still at the point in this draft that a very large percentage of the players off the board have went for more than their average. So there does have to start being some price breaks here soon.
yeah, exactly. And I've been hanging back a little bit. I got my two guys that are really risky. But that's okay. It's going to be fun. So
Yeah,
we'll see how
somebody
it
in the
works out.
chat a couple of minutes ago posted, "You can't take it with you, Britton. Start spending some money."
I know, that's a great point.
But you're
I
not
will
the only one. There's 2, 3 other teams with only one play or with 2 players like you have, a couple with 3 as well. So nearly half the draft only has 2 or 3 players.
yeah. It's just like we said, like Pete Alonso, like I'm just not in on the first base, third base guys right now. So, but I get it. Pete Alonso's probably going to hit what 35, 40 home runs and a great Mets lineup. I totally get it. So, we'll see we'll see how long it holds up.
I do as well, but just like in a snake draft where I try to really pay close attention to my batting average with my early picks, I do the same thing with where I'm spending my money in an auction. And with O'Neal Cruz already being, I'm not too worried about at least a decent batting average, but we did see that 233 in 2022. He is someone that is highly volatile. I could see him hitting anywhere from 230 to 280. So I have to be a little careful with batting average here for a little while. That's why my big spend so far is Jordan Alvarez, is for the power with batting average, but due to my O'Neal Cruz pick, I have to be a little careful. So even though I expect Pete Alonso to hit 240 or 250, I don't want to take that chance.
Yeah, I totally
And
agree.
now here comes Kyle Schwarber, the one guy that if I'm worried about batting average right now, I can't be in on because I do not expect that 248 again that we saw in 2024, which was amazing. I had him on a lot of teams. I was penciling him in not for the 195 he had in 2023. I think I was penciling him in for 220 last season. So the 248 was great. And if I thought we could count on that, I'd probably go up to $30 on Kyle Schwarber. But he's
Oh,
stalling out here at about 17, 18, and I'm not interested.
100 over
Unfortunately.
100 runs, over
Yeah,
100
still the lead in
RBIs,
3 categories. Yeah.
and he stole some bases too. I missed that.
Yep.
So yeah, it's 5 stolen bases. That's not nothing. Good job, Kyle. Yeah, I'm a fan of Kyle
$19
Schwarber.
for Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, I'm a
One
big
of my
fan of Kyle.
favorite players to watch, so it hurts not even bidding on him.
Yeah, I'm in on on Schwarber that having a good season. Of course I'm in on all the excuse me, God, Phillies. Obviously they're going to score a lot of runs. Trey Turner, yeah, Schwarber. Yeah, I'm a big Phillies fan. Let's see. So I've got 2 players. No, excuse me, 3. I'm sorry. I somehow hit the one more button on Walker Bueller. So Walker Bueller,
Oh, I
yeah.
missed that too.
Yeah, I did too. I kind of missed that too.
$6.
How did I like Walker Bueller, huh? I like him. No, don't get me wrong. I like Walker Bueller, and I thought he had a good season. He looked good. But I think he's what the 2. He's a 2 Tommy John guy. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah,
This
that
is all.
doesn't
This is
bother
all
me
for
too
fun.
much. That doesn't bother me too much, the 2 TJs. And I've been drafting Walker Bueller for 2025. The one thing I heard not too long ago that gives me a little bit of pause because I had forgotten this, and this was a good reminder. Was in addition to the injuries in recent years, much of Walker Bueller's problems could probably be attributed to the elimination of sticky stuff. I forgot about that aspect, so I'm backing off a little bit, but I'm not too upset of the shares that I have.
Yes, his
Because
pants
he
are
looks so good in the
sticky on.
postseason.
Yeah, I think that's where my brain went with that. I was like, oh, he looked good, and
Maybe he figured
it
out
was
how to hide that
$7
sticky
or
stuff again.
yeah. Yeah, we'll see. So my ace is Walker Bueller.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, y'all are in trouble, aren't you? Everybody's quaking in their boots. Yeah, so Walker Bueller, we'll see how that goes. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Having a good year. Let's see. I also took Hunter Green. I don't know if you saw that. I'm a big Hunter Green guy. For the
Yep.
he plays at one of the most hitter friendly ballparks, which is the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. But I've been looking at Hunter Green for this other draft I was in, and his Statcast page is blood red. His ERA was 2.75. His xERA was 3. He had a good season. I don't know. Is there just something? Just something clicked with me recently, and I'm sure it'll unclick when he gets blown up for 9 earned runs, on opening day or whatever. But but yeah, I like Hunter Green, and so I guess I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, literally, and see and take him. And now we got Will Smith. Yeah, I still have no catcher. No, need to start doing that. Yeah, no closer, no catcher. I'm dancing, flirting with the devil. Well, no, that's not it. You don't flirt with the devil. What was that? Van Halen, running with the that's what it is.
Running with the devil, yeah.
Running with the devil. No closer, no catcher in a 2-catcher league. So we'll see how that works out. Christian Yelich, I see a lot of him on Twitter these days. Talking best shape of my life situation. Christian Yelich. Have you heard anything, Kevin?
Well,
or is it the opposite? I don't know.
If his back is health, I feel with Christian Yelich the same way I feel with Jacob deGrom. I think he might be the healthiest we've seen him in a long, long time. And I'm sure they will monitor it and give his back some breaks from time to time. He might be a day off every week guy, but with the numbers he puts up when he is healthy and on the field, I'm okay with that. And I should stop talking because they keep bidding me up here, Britton. I'm up to $20 on Christian Yelich at the moment.
I know that's not very friendly, is it? But it looks like you got him. Yeah, that's a good price for your batting average, stolen bases, home run. I like that bounce back. Excuse me, and of course, excuse me again. Brewers, hit into the Brewers. Love. It's not Miller Park anymore, but I call it Miller Park. Any place that close to Miller Lite is near and dear to my heart. That's
exactly.
So I've always been a fan of the Brewers.
This is one of the guys, Britton, that I was hoping we could get for that mid to late teens price, but Spencer Schwellenbach, $20. So
that was his AAV.
We're starting to get to the starting pitching where I'm going to be interested here, I think.
Yeah, I have a feeling you and I are going to be kind of bidding at each other here very, very.
There's
very
a lot of them. We'll be good.
I like Mark Vientos, another third baseman, or excuse me, corner guy. With you look at his projections, and he had a good year last year, and even the conservative projections have him hitting over 30 home runs. So I was pretty shocked about that. That was one of the more maybe shock's not the right word, but that was one of the more interesting things I saw with projections was Mark Vientos is a it's the second year in the league. He's projected full-time plate appearances and projected to hit, over 30 home runs. I was like, man, you don't see that very often with a player that young.
Right.
So that's Mark Vientos.
Yeah, I'm
How much did he go? $12? That's good. I like that one.
Yeah, that was a quick one. I think a couple of us might have been a little caught off guard at how quickly that auction ended.
I didn't even
because
think.
I feel
I
like
saw
he
it.
should have went for a little more than that. We might be looking at that one later, Britton, and wishing we'd have been paying better attention.
Yeah, that's 30 home runs for $12. That just kind of walked
Yeah.
out the door. The one that
I
got
know some
away,
people are
Kevin. There's
concerned about the batting average, and I don't expect it to be what it was last year, but I don't think it's going to fall off completely either.
I totally 1000% agree with you. He looks like the real deal. Here we got Lars Newt Barr. What up, Mr. Barr? I'm just not. I'm not into anything St. Louis this year. I think they're.
Wilson Contreras is,
Oh, excuse me.
and that's what I
Yes.
have to remind myself is the St. Louis does concern me. I don't think the rest of that lineup is going to be very good, but I convinced myself that qualifying at catcher and playing first base and DH every day in the middle of any Major League Baseball lineup is worthy of my bids, is what I have to remind myself.
I'm a big fan of St. Louis, the city. My grandparents live
Of
there.
course.
I've been up in the Arch. Have you ever been up in the Arch?
I have.
When I was little, my grandpa, R.I.P. Marty Marisek, took me up there, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And then later on in life, I went up there, and I almost had a panic attack. But when you're little, when you're young, you're going to live forever. But then when you're older and you realize this thing could fall over at any minute, I got a little scared up there in the St. Louis Arch. Of course,
Very nice. Well, an hour and a half, Britton, to the first break. We are through 7 rounds here of this auction.
Wow.
So moving along decent pace. I don't think this is going to end up taking 5 or 6 hours, but we're probably looking at 4.5 to 5 the way things are going. It does start moving quicker.
Yeah,
Once
at the
people are
end,
out
when
of
people
money.
start,
But
because nobody's got money to bid, so or less money than they want to bid. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to go hit the restroom here. How does it say how long we have, or no?
5 minutes. 36 after is the time posted in the chat. So we still have 4 minutes.
All right, I'll be right back.
And I am probably going to do the same just because I don't think anybody wants to sit here and just listen to me talk. So Britton and I are both take our break here so we don't have to do that as we are bidding. So we'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes here. Thank you so much for joining us. The chat room's amazing. We're trying to mention some of the comments, but there's so many of you are in here joining us, and we cannot thank you enough. And I'm going to go catch up with Britton, even though we're about 6,000 miles apart, and we'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right. Everybody, we're taking a little break. They paused it after round 7 for a couple minutes, which I appreciate that. Thank you very much, NFBC. Shout out everybody that's in the chat. I apologize we haven't been able to get to as many questions or anything like that as much as we should. It's just it moves so fast. You know, in snake draft you can make your pick and then kind of chit chat for a minute, but in an auction is but I don't know what the hell is going on. So I'm just happy that I don't miss a pick or something. But thank you to everybody participating. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to all the Bubba and the Bloom folks that are drafting, and Ryan and Bubba. It's been really great, and congrats to them on their Discord and Patreon and all that good stuff. They're great content. And also shout out to my Pallazzo folks too. Michael Govier helped set up this, or did set up this live stream. I don't know how to do it, so appreciate you. Thank you, Michael Govier, and also my co-host Mike Virginia. I hope they get to watch and take a listen too. So Kevin, looks like the auction hasn't started up yet. How's your list going? As you can see, I've got a lot of scratches on mine. I don't know. How are you doing? Are you might be on mute.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good here, Britton.
Cool. Anything you wish a little bit different, or are things going according to plan? It looks like the draft started.
Yep, here we go. Going right back to catchers. This is a Bubba and the Bloom listener league. Emphasis on the Bubba side there.
You might get a deal here with
right
people.
Back to catchers.
Yeah, I like that. This team threw one out there on the quick. Maybe catch a few people snoozing. Yeah, so Alejandro Kirk, the catcher for the Blue Jays, he went for a very reasonable $6. I don't know how you're going to get a starting catcher for less than that as we go on and on.
Yeah, definitely not of one of the ones that I would be interested in. Kirk has been somewhat of a disappointment for a couple of seasons. Even though his batting average has dropped over the past couple of years, I think we still think of him as a batting average asset, at least in the catcher, at least at the catcher position. So I think that very well could be a very good buy. He's definitely by far the least expensive catcher to be drafted so far. And if he can get to that mid-teens home runs that we thought we were going to see 2 or 3 years ago with a decent batting average, then that's going to be a great buy there for $6.
And Danny Jansen went to Tampa Bay.
Right,
he may be someone you and I are bidding on. I don't know. We'll see. But
I already have both my catchers. You don't have to worry about me at catcher.
Oh God, you did? I know you got Contreras. Who was your second?
I had taken Stevenson before that.
Oh yes, very very good. No, I completely forgot about you getting Stevenson earlier. Yeah, the Cincinnati catcher. Love that guy. Are you into the Skyline chili in Cincinnati?
I have not had an opportunity to try it yet.
World famous Skyline chili. That's where you order the chili mac at the diners, and they put spaghetti noodles on a big platter, and then they put beans and onions, and then they put the Skyline chili on there, and then they literally like get a hunk of shredded cheddar cheese about as big as your head, and they slam it on top, and that's the 5-way, I think, spaghetti 5-way, chili mac, whatever they call it. But yeah, I always enjoy a good chili mac in Cincinnati. I think the Skyline chili is a little cinnamony for my taste. It's good, but but I like more of a little bit of a hot situation. Why am I talking about chili? I have no idea. I'll tell you why, because it's 6:30 and I'm hungry. I should have brought a snack.
You know,
All
the
I
great
got is these
thing
stupid
about live
lifesavers up here.
streaming,
That's not going to do me any good.
the great thing about live streaming is your podcast co-host can hop in the chat to let you know that you're up in another draft. Adam just letting me know that
It's your
that I
turn.
am up in one of our listener leagues, 12-team snake draft that we have going.
I'm in 2 drafts. I filled up my queue with a bunch of randos and I put it on auto. I was like, let those chips fall where they may, so to speak. All right, I'm gonna try for Cal Raleigh, see if I can get him for 17. His AAV is 14. His batting average is not so good, but I need to get a catcher. I like Cal Raleigh a lot. The big dumper, playing for Seattle, the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, I love Cal Raleigh, and he is one of the I would say him and Salvador Perez are the two, and maybe Raleigh even more so on the home runs. I 30 plus home runs, and then him and Perez. Perez should probably approach 30, and they should both have 100 plus RBI. They're the two guys that you can pretty much count on that from at the catching position.
Yeah, what bothers me about Riley is his batting average, so that's something I'm going to have to deal with. But other than that, he's the past few years, not knock on wood. I know I'm flirting with disaster here, but no serious injuries, and he's pretty consistent. And I'm hoping for, I don't know. Let's talk about Julio Rodriguez, the outstanding outfielder. Had a down year last year. Year before that, had a great year. And now, oh, it's my turn. Excuse me. Here's a guy.
Yeah, I like Julio. Last 2024, there were several main event teams that finished towards the top of the overall that had the same first two players drafted because of where they were falling to. And there was several Shohei Ohtani, Jose Ramirez teams. I really wish I could have ended up with one of those teams, obviously, in hindsight, right? And they did great. And I think Julio Rodriguez going towards the end of the first round could be one of the pair of guys that those drafting towards the back end of the first round. That he is one of the players available in some groupings there. And I think there's a really good chance Julio Rodriguez could be on a lot of teams that perform very well in 2025.
Yeah, he's another one. If I was in Vegas and was betting on bounce back players, Julio Rodriguez would be up there. He's just so talented, and he's done it. He's
right,
and he's hopefully settling in Seattle, and I'm hoping the big dumper sees him on base a whole lot when Cal Raleigh comes to bat. So I took my first catcher. No closer to speak of, but I got my catcher. Well, one catcher. I got Ellie De La Cruz at short. I put Jazz in the outfield, and I've got Walker Buehler and Hunter Green. Wow, I'm going to need some more players.
How you looking on pitching so far? You have Walker Buehler, Hunter Green. That's the only two.
That's my only two, and I
now
threw
there are. So only 3 teams have more than 3 pitchers so far, but one of those has 6. And they've been saving some money. They didn't go high end. Blake Snell at $25 is their most expensive starter. Ryan Helsley at $22. Their most expensive closer, and then they've rounded that in with Reese Olson. We were both interested when his name popped up.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole at $19, Hunter Brown at $19. So other than the Snell going 25 on Blake Snell, they've kind of followed our plan where we want that mid to upper teens for a few guys and landed Garrett Cole and Hunter Brown in there. So they got a nice pitching staff. And that is the team that went big on Corbin Carroll and Julio Rodriguez. So as we talked earlier, they were going stars and scrubs, at least to some extent, on the hitters, and then spreading out their money on the pitching. And they have a nice team coming together. Team 7 there.
Yeah, great value on all those pitchers. That's well thought out, well drafted team right there.
What do you think of Francisco Alvarez? We've talked a lot about catchers on this during this draft so far. He's kind of just outside that group of guys I want due to the batting average volatility, but I do see the appeal, especially if the bidding stops here around his average. He's at $9 right now, which has been his average auction price, and looks like that's where it's going to end. What do you think about saving a few dollars and going Francisco Alvarez as a catcher there?
I mean, I like Francisco Alvarez. He's a great player. You watch him play. He's one of those passion guys. He's a team guy. Team loves him. He's got the runway for success. But if you look at his StatCast page, it is ice blue. And not that StatCast is everything, but I think that's kind of what worries me a little bit when it looks like that, when it comes to Francisco Alvarez for the Mets, who is going to be a good catcher. He doesn't he kind of remind you of Miguel Amaya from the Cubs a little bit, like more like real life value as opposed to like maybe not the best hitter in the world, but at that price, it's $9 for a starting catcher for the Mets. So yeah, I think that was
and there's been a lot of talk about tweaking of his swing in the offseason. So I am intrigued because if he looks like he can have 240, 250 batting average with that power we know he has, then I would definitely be interested.
Yeah, he can. He's young. Remember? Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. Like he's definitely got the ability to pump up his numbers. I mean, it wouldn't shock everybody if he hit 250 and 20 home runs for $9 in a 2-catcher league. That's exactly what you're hoping for. Willie Adames, what do you think about Big Willie style out in San Francisco? I'm not a fan of San Francisco hitters generally in that ballpark, but what do you think? Does it matter for Willie Adames?
Yeah, I'm afraid it will. Heading from Milwaukee to San Francisco there. I don't have any shares, and I'm not really avoiding him, but the concerns are there of course, that massive outfield in San Francisco. That's always the other way. It may cost you a couple of home runs, but it should help your BABIP and therefore your batting average a little bit. And hopefully some runs scored and RBIs with a couple more doubles and triples, but it will hurt the home run number, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's just going to be an adjustment. Brand new park, brand new team, brand new city, brand new everything. But he's obviously super talented. They don't give contracts to players like that without a reason. I've never drafted Willie Adames on any team. I'm not sure why, but I don't think this is going to be the year either.
DJ Hers.
Yeah. What up, DJ Hers? I think it's like one of
Zach Geloff snuck in there on us for $3.
That's
Brandon Donovan. People are starting to try to sneak in their $2 and $3 players, and this is important at this stage of an auction, in my opinion, because you can't just assume you're going to get these guys for $3, $4, $5 later. And if that's what you're basing other decisions you're making on, it's getting time to find out at least of a grouping, a group of players that you're still interested in for a category or a position. It's time to start realizing, ooh, these guys that I wanted for, and I still stand by the fact prices are coming down.
Yeah.
A lot of money has been spent. I mean, we already have teams with $13 remaining, $35 remaining. We're already getting down there.
Which makes
And
sense. Yeah, you pay up,
yeah,
the best hitters go
now
first.
here come the deals. Here come the deals because quite a bit of money has been spent on the top tier guys.
Yeah, that's the going rate.
Like I don't I love Jacob Young, and maybe I listen to Eno Saris talk about him too much, but I can't agree more with his take. His defense will keep him on the field when you have two rookie / second year guys in James Wood and Dylan Cruz playing the outfield corners. Jacob Young will be in that lineup every day, and he
Yep.
hits for a decent batting average and can steal 30, 40 bases. So why not for $2?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And like you said, he's an elite of elite defender.
Yes.
And managers love that S. So yeah, that's a great deal. So let's see,
Oh,
Kevin, you're nominating Pablo Lopez.
I had to stop myself there. I ended up nominating him for $1. I meant to nominate him for 10, but I had accidentally typed in 110. So hit the brakes on that and let the clock expire and nominate him for $1 for me.
Oh, I
Um,
think they'd let you roll that back.
they
Sure.
would, but
Yeah.
I try not to be the one calling in here. Yeah, we're getting it. This is Pablo Lopez, definitely a starting pitcher I am a big fan of, and back in on this year. At the overall numbers from 24 don't look nearly as good as he was for most of the season, even in the first half when his numbers were inflated. Um, it wasn't every start, and then in the second half, it was the Pablo Lopez we expect. So but he got up to that $20 amount that
He hit his
I'm
AAV.
trying to stay under, but I was in right up until till the end there on Pablo Lopez. How about you?
I like Pablo Lopez a lot. I worried about him for years because of the shoulder issues. Like he had like 3 separate shoulder problems, but then he came back and had a great year. So I like Pablo Lopez. And he went at the right price. So, but like it's like you said, we're all kind of running out of money, or not. We're not where we used to be. So players are starting to go for their AAV more than before.
Right, right.
And
So
obviously, I'm part of the
just a
problem. I mean,
little longer, they'll be going for below that. That's at least that's the plan here.
yeah, man. I mean, I overpaid on Ellie and Jazz, but I was like, if you gotta do it, you gotta do it. Oh, here we go. Here's a closer. Very, very, very talented closer, Andre Munoz for the Seattle Mariners. Yeah, 22 saves last year, 9.6 WHIP, 2 ERA. Yeah, watching him pitch is great. Is fun. Andre Munoz is just lights out closer
Yeah,
for
I,
Seattle.
I'm a big fan. If he would ever be the guy for the ninth inning for Seattle, uh, he'd be a top 3 closer, easy. And I know some people are projecting that for 2025, or at least hoping for it, if not projecting. It's just Seattle likes to, you know, from time to time. He's been banged up here and there at times as well,
Yeah.
but he's not always safe for the ninth inning, right? Seattle, one of those teams that will use him earlier in the game at times, and that's the only thing stopping him from having being up there with Clase and Helsley of 2024. That type of performance, we probably don't get that, but if we could get him even to 30 saves, that would be amazing.
And look at this blockbuster nomination, Mike Trout of the Angels, who recently acquiesced to moving from center into right field to hopefully keep him healthier throughout the season. We'll see how that goes. Had some injury-filled seasons, but he's still Mike Trout, right? So
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you think? If you could, if somebody said, all right, 27 home run, no, it'd be more than that. Let's say 30 home runs and 10 stolen bases for $15. You'd be in on that.
Yes, I would. I was in up to let's see, what was I in? I was into 13 there, and he went for 15.
Yeah. I nominated a pitcher I really like, Shota Imanaga for the Chicago Cubs. Great season last year. And amazingly, most of the Chicago pitchers, it was like when I think of the Wrigley Field in Chicago, I think of balls blowing out in the outfield because of the wind and everything else. But it was surprisingly like hitters were suppressed last year. I don't know if that's just just a fluke or what, but that's just how it went. And I was happy for Shota. Let's see what he went for, $18. That's real reasonable. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. Things are kind of calmed down to the AAV. Shota for 18, Trout for 15. What do you think of Randy Arozarena? Generally you could sign him up for 2020. Then he got traded.
I think you still can.
Can you?
It's
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm worried about.
There's right there in black and white, 2020, right?
I still think we can, even in Seattle, but and maybe he performs better in Seattle's second time around now in 2025. But I'm just scared of the batting average. Unfortunately, I so far this season, Britton, I'm sticking to my guns on protecting my ratios.
Yeah.
I say it every year. I start out that way every year. And then most years, as the draft goes along, I start thinking, well, I have a cushion. I can add Schwarber here. I can add, Cal Raleigh. And you can, but you got to be careful about getting too many of those guys, or you can drag your batting average down in a hurry. And it's just something that I've done better so far this draft season than I've ever done before, of sticking to this through entire drafts. Because when I hear John Posma every offseason being interviewed about winning another overall title, and they ask him what he did differently or what he did that he always does, his answer is always, well, I don't know, not much different. I pay attention to my ratios, my batting average, my whip. And every year he says that. And every year I go out and I say, I'm going to do that. And then I'm like,
easier said
Kyle
than
Schwarber
done.
could have 40 home runs, 100 runs, and 100 RBI. I can take the chance, right? And I'm really, really trying not to this season. There's Danny Jansen.
There he is. Super talented power hitter when he's healthy. I think that's the main worry for Danny Jansen.
Yep.
Now in Tampa Bay.
But if he is healthy to start the season, you roll with him in that ballpark, right? He's one of the
100%.
guys that you roll with him until he drops, and then you move on and you find another catcher. So for $4, I like that pick.
Yeah, I do too. That's a great pick for $4. He could go he could go down there and just smash, for 2 months and make up that, be well worth that $2-3 or whatever it was. Here we go. Dylan Cruz, very exciting. Be fun to see how this goes. Low batting average, but man, he ran every chance he got when he did get on base, and I think in Washington they're going to let him run. So if you need some,
And as a debut, I mean, he was fine, right?
yeah,
We just because he didn't, he wasn't Ronald Acuna Jr. out of the gate. I think as a debut, it's fine. I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see this Washington Nationals lineup as a whole
yeah,
in 2025. I think
me too.
as far as overall run production, it's going to surprise a lot of people.
I agree. I agree 100%. What about C.J. Abrams? Does his gambling habit early in the morning give you any pause, or you're like he's a young man, that got dealt with and squashed?
Yes, that's where I'm at. I feel like if we would hear of another incident similar, then it might be something to worry about a little bit. But as a one-time thing, I mean, I did far worse in my early 20s.
I did far worse a couple of years ago. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm not worried about CJ Abrams for the Nats at all. I mean, he's just playing a little roulette. He's so talented too.
Back and back Washington Nationals here with Luis Garcia Jr. Right as his AAV sitting and just bumped above it at the last second there.
Yeah, so Luis Garcia Jr., a great second baseman, a great batting average. He started coming on with power last year, so I think that's a great grab, Luis Garcia Jr. for the Nationals. It's like you're saying, protecting the ratios. You just can't. That 280 from your second baseman just so valuable. And Luis Garcia Jr. too. They also at the end of the season, and maybe even more than the end of the season, maybe like the second half of the season, he was playing against lefties too. So I don't know where they're going to bat him in the order. Obviously, you hope that he's at the top. 1, 2, 3. Maybe not, but super talented player. Took a huge step last year. So I really like that pick a lot, Luis Garcia Jr. I bet
you're not the only one that needs to spend money. You do have the hammer, but I have the second most money. So we both got to get busy here.
Yeah, I probably should have gone an extra couple bucks on Garcia Jr. But there's another one that I kind of had my eye on, but we'll see.
This is so much fun. We start playing chicken here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, what do you believe?
Luis Severino, $5. And now Michael Conforto, Los Angeles Dodger Michael Conforto.
Yeah, I'm into that, batting a lefty bat in Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium is generally considered a pitcher's park, and that's true. But if you're a lefty bat, that's good news in Dodger Stadium. And Conforto's StatCast page, blood red. He's 31, 32, somewhere in there. But man, he hit the ball hard last year, hit 20 home runs. And another thing I like about Conforto too, who just went for $6, I think that's a good deal. Another thing about Conforto too is when free agency started officially, that was the first player they got, like immediately,
right.
like the time switched, and they could legally talk to his representatives or whatever. They targeted him. They went out and got him. And that was done way before, when free agency was allowed. So, yeah, they went and got their guy. So he's going to play every day as long as health stands. He's probably going to bat, seventh? He's not going to bat at the top, but I don't think that matters too much when you're talking about the Dodgers, because the Dodgers lineup turns over. It's not like the White Sox, where it's 1, 2, 3, up and down. I think Conforto is going to have a great year.
Yeah, I
really
agree.
like that. I really like that pick. Michael Conforto, and you know how the Dodgers they like to do that lefty righty up and down their order.
Yep.
So they wanted a lefty power bat. They said Conforto's the guy, and they went and got him. So
I was worried that meant Teoscar Hernandez was not coming back, but then when they did still sign Teoscar as well, they immediately said these are our two corners. They're both playing every day. So
Yep.
that alleviated a bit of concern as well.
Yeah, man, just those the Dodgers, just those pros, you know, those professional hitters. I just I feel bad. You know, if you're in the West, there's just nothing you can do. Like you just got. It's like when the Patriots had Randy Moss and Tom Brady. There's just nothing you can do about it. You know, you're in their division. You're just you're just stuck. We got Xander Bogaerts, as they used to say in Boston. You see his picture there. He's been in the Padres for like 5 years, and they still got him with his Boston hat. Bogaerts. All right, here we
I like
are.
that price, $8 for Xander Bogaerts there. However, I'm looking for a little more speed from the position, or I'd have been in.
You know, he was a 2020 guy back in the day.
Right.
So I'm with you.
And I think he just has too many problems with the wrists. I think it's the wrists that he gets the cortisone shots a couple times each season for. So I think great for him playing through it and putting up what he does, but I think that's what keeps him from getting back to that 2020.
Like the lineup, like the Padres. What do you think about Fernando Tatis? Is this the year he's a superstar already, obviously, but is this the year you go you do your first round pick on Fernando?
I have not in a lot of spots because I think I still have concerns. It's been a few years now, but I'm still not really comfortable with how he dealt with the shoulder. So I have a little bit of hesitation there, not enough to completely avoid him, but enough to I don't want too many shares, but I do have some.
Yeah,
Because he could be the number one overall fantasy player. He has that potential.
Yeah, I'm into that 100%.
Look at you loading up on some hitters here on the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I wanted Brent. I've been waiting on somebody to nominate Brent Rooker. So he finally got nominated, and I may have overbid on him there for whatever reason. But yeah, I like his batting average. I need that to help me with Cal Raleigh. I also bid up Brandon Lau.
Yeah, Brandon Lau. I think he's one of those players that is going to take advantage of Tampa's can we call it new ballpark?
Yeah,
new to them.
New to them.
New to them after spring training's over. Ballpark.
Yeah, I was waiting for Brandon Lau to drop. I wanted him and his power, and the reason why I felt like, well, I got Ellie and Jazz, so I should be all right. You know, if I'm not getting steals out of second, which generally is not ideal. And then Rooker, I wanted the batting average to help me out with Cal Raleigh, and also everything that goes on with. Oh shoot, excuse me. Sorry about that. Had to nominate that guy. All right. So, and then I'm hoping that batting average helps Cal Raleigh out a little bit. But I'm a Brent Rooker believer. What about you?
100%. He is one of the guys that I do think Not only does getting out of the Coliseum help him, but also I think he is a major league hitter that will take advantage of a minor league ballpark. And I love, it's not just that we see him post on social media, it's what he posts. I
Yeah.
love these guys that are into researching what they can on their own to make themselves better baseball players. Love that about Brent Rooker.
I do too. And we don't know what's going to happen with the ballpark there in West Sacramento, but I just think he's going to hit wherever he goes. And he kind of reminds me of JD Martinez a little bit. Remember, JD Martinez was kind of a late bloomer too, and he busted out that 1 year in Detroit for the Tigers and never really looked back and had some good years after that. And I think Rooker's kind of that same way. Like I think he's 30s, and but all his metrics look good. And it's kind of weird to say this, but it looks like the Athletics, they went out and spent some money on Severino. They in West Sacramento, they they may flourish there. I don't know. We'll see. I like the hitters, and I know that's a worn out take, but yeah, I do like Brent Rooker hitting in that ballpark. This is exciting, Kevin.
Yeah, Eric, we both
Spencer Strider. We
our
talked
eyes
about.
got wide.
Yeah, this is it.
Strider.
I can't wait to see where he lands.
I just grabbed Bailey Ober for 19 a couple of picks ago.
Yeah,
and then
I nominated
Naylor,
him. Yeah, I was hoping I could get him, but you got him.
Ober went for about his AAV, and
then
Josh Naylor came in $3 or $4 under. So we might be starting to see the deals.
Agreed. Yeah, Spencer Strider is one of those that you might be able to get a big deal ace on, but it seems like we're not the only ones that feel that way.
Unfortunately, not. Oh, you beat me to 18. I tried to go 18 at the same time you did. Oh, and you're going to get him for that too. Nice.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right. This might be the last of the top group of catchers that Logan Ohape.
Yeah, you got Logan Ohape.
I'm looking here.
JT Realmuto is still out there. I don't know if you consider him a top one anymore, but
he's kind of borderline right at the cut. So yeah, this is going to be probably the last. And JT Realmuto could go for double digits, but this is other than that, Logan Ohape here, probably our last double digit catcher. And once again, I know we've brought it up a lot. At least I have, but we hopefully we're making Bubba proud here, spending all this money on catchers.
Yeah, I overspent on Kyle Raleigh. I don't know why, but I did it, so I gotta deal with it. So we'll see. But Logan Ohape is so talented. Hits the ball hard. All those great StatCast metrics. Logan Ohape looks great. Yeah, I think the only not negative, but he plays for the Angels. But they do have Mike Trout back.
Mike Trout.
And Red Dawn's gone, which is a good thing.
I mean, I know that there's a lot of injury risk in that lineup, and it'll start to thin out pretty quickly, probably, unfortunately. But with Jorge Soler and I probably shouldn't be naming players we haven't drafted yet, but I'm okay with there's one lineup for right now.
There was one you're about to say that I think we both have our eye on, but I guess I know you know who I'm talking about. We'll see how that works.
I did not.
I don't want to poison the tree
mind,
here.
but I do know who you're talking about.
That's all right. All's fair. All's fair.
Yeah.
I still don't have a closer. Oh, Kevin. Oh, jeez. I'm seeing these closers going like, oh yeah, That's kind of part of that. But in a fab league, I do want one, legit closer. But as you know from doing on the wire with Adam, closers, you can get closers throughout the year. So I try not to like worry that much about it. What do you think?
Yes, I do try to get 2 closers that I believe have the job and will keep it for the season. My reasoning for that, and I don't mind spending a little money to do it, is my hope is that when I am looking at the save category, putting my 2 pitchers in my lineup out of my 9 covers my saves. Now,
Yeah.
I will play additional relievers throughout the season. Adam and I talk all the time about some of the middle relievers and setup guys having a lot of value in 5x5 roto leagues, even when they're not the save guy. But I want to be able to make that decision on my own for those reasons, not because I'm chasing saves. On the other end, I go to the other extreme. Like if I miss out, I don't start forcing some of the guys that kind of go in that mid range that I'm not so sure about and are costing a little bit of money. At that point, I will, especially if I have my one. If I have my one, then I'm comfortable then just forgetting about saves until after the All-Star break, because that's when you really start to see them on the wire. There's going to be a lot of teams in your leagues that have more saves than they could use, and they start dropping those players.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point.
It's tough though. If you have a lot of anxiety, it could be difficult to do, to have the patience to continue to wait and not start throwing fab bids at every Nick Spec saves guy that comes along. I really try not to do that, because like I said, after the All-Star break, you start seeing saves on the wire readily available.
Yeah, it seems like that every year. Like, did anybody draft Lucas Urseg last year? I don't think so, but by the end of the
Not a
year,
lot, but yeah.
yeah. So players like that pop up. Yeah, but that's something you got to definitely keep your eye on. But I've got so many needs. I got so many wills. Here's a guy. I guess I shouldn't talk about it since he's being bid up, but
Taking a look at your team, Britton, as you are in on the bidding on the current player and won that current player, Matt Wallner of the Minnesota Twins. With that Brent Rooker pick you made a little while ago, back to back with Brandon Lau, and now adding Matt Wallner, you have 6 of your 14 hitters. You have 3 starting pitchers, one of which we do not plan to be available for the first about month of the season.
what a
But
mess.
you have quite a bit of money left to fill in here. Looking pretty good, I would say.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I overpaid on Lau and on Wallner too. So I wrote down these players on my sheet, and I probably should be more flexible. But yeah, so I just like, well, I'm just going to go get the players that I really like, and I'm a big Wallner fan.
I'm going to try to give those listening a little bit of overview of the pitching, because we have the hitters here on the YouTube screen, but we've seen quite a bit of pitching movement here over the past couple of rounds of this draft.
Should I do the board, adjust the board in any way, you think?
Well, I think most people, it looks like they have a good view. I was hoping maybe I could explain it for people, because we have commented on it. There's still only 4 teams that have more than 3 pitchers, and that's combined starters and relievers. One of those 4, Edwin Diaz, George Kirby, Dylan Cease, Max Fried, Gavin Williams. They have 5 pitchers. We mentioned the Reese Olson team. They've added Bubba Chandler and DJ Hers. They're even filling in with some of the less expensive guys already. And then we have a Paul Skeens, Devin Williams, Cole Reagans, Jacob deGrom, Andres Munoz. That if those 5 guys are healthy, we're playing for 14 points in most pitching categories, I would say.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Which I think is fine. Like when there is a team like that, that doesn't bother me as much as when they're spread out. One team, sure, they can beat me in those categories. I can still be playing for 14 points. So that was another.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for looking at that. Here's a player that I really like, but I did not get, unfortunately. Kyber Ruiz. We were talking about the Washington Nationals earlier, and I like their hitters. I like Cruz. I like lots of that upside, and so we'll see how that goes. And they just signed old Paul DeYoung. I'm pretty sure it's the Nationals. Signed Paul DeYoung to come in and compete for third base, which might be a sneaky 20 home run situation if Paul DeYoung actually plays third base for the Nationals. But I know the last thing anyone wants to do is roster Paul DeYoung, so that's probably not what we're talking about.
Yeah, he's the type of player that Adam and I will most definitely be talking about throughout the season.
Here's a player last year I
had will be available on our waiver wires.
Oh, definitely. Here's a player I drafted a lot last year, Luis Castillo, pitcher for the Seattle Mariners. Just so solid. 175 innings, 175 Ks, 3.6 ERA, 1.1 WHIP. You know, just so good. All right. What about this?
You talked me into it.
Yeah. I mean, just rock solid. Plus, pitching in Cincinnati is what's a better park to pitch in than Cincinnati? Oh, excuse me, not Cincinnati, Seattle. Is there a better park to pitch in? I don't think so. If you're a pitcher,
I'd kind of group them with Oakland and San Francisco, but it's probably those 3.
Yeah.
Miami, maybe.
San Francisco, great place to pitch.
Yep.
Just ask Logan Webb. He loves it. Here's an upside pitcher, Grayson Rodriguez, probably the number 1 pitching prospect a couple years ago.
Yep.
So now he's up with the big leagues. Had a good season if you look at his numbers, but I just felt like it wasn't like dominant at any point. But of course, maybe this is the season. What do you think about Grayson Rodriguez? If you're not bidding on him, if you are, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's good either way. I think I have a blind spot for Grayson Rodriguez. He's one of those players that when I do take a look, I'm like, why haven't I been drafting this guy? But then I still don't. It's just one of those players for some reason I can't explain. I have a blind spot too.
Me too. I've got blinders on with Grayson Rodriguez, and some people are like, "This is an ace," and I don't know. It's just one of those. Maybe when I watched him pitch, he didn't have a great game or something. It's one of those deals. Well, I haven't looked at the full picture of Grayson Rodriguez. But yeah, man, he was the bee's knees back in the day as far as pitching prospect goes. The bee's knees. Really cutting edge analysis here, Kevin.
Freddie Peralta.
What a great pitcher. What a great price too. This is where this is your sweet spot.
This is what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
I've started to fill in my pitching. I haven't spent over $19. And I did that on Raisel Iglesias as one closer. And then Bailey Ober, Bryce Miller, Luis Castillo, Freddie Peralta, all between $16 and $19 there. That's that. Maybe if I was really mapping this out, there might be a better starter or two I'd rather have than some of those guys. But in general, that was my plan. Is waiting until we started seeing some of these who I still consider, fantasy 1 and 2s, SP1s and SP2s, dropping into that mid to late teens range.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think your strategy is not only working out, but working out great.
I don't want to get carried away because I've bid on 3 pitchers here recently, but we have Tyler Glasnow here for $12. I'd love to hop in, but I
missed that too.
Kind of loaded up on starters over the last few rounds, so I had to sit that out. He's another one of those guys that I would, for $12, you throw him out there when he's healthy, and if he at some point is out for the season, you drop him, right? In my opinion.
Oh, he could have a great season.
If he was healthy, he'd have been going with those high 30s and $40 guys.
100%. Starting pitcher for the Dodgers. Gotta love it. All right, we're coming up on 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern. Whoa. We two and a half hours in.
And we are in the back end of the 11th round. So we're almost halfway through the auction portion. About halfway through the auction, we auction our 23 rounds, our 23 starting positions. And once again, I've brought it up a couple of times, but in the NFBC format, you have to fill your starting lineup in the auction. So that starts to matter here when we're looking at the board, right? You can start to look at positions that all of our opponents have filled in, and then if their UT is filled in as well, they cannot bid on those players. So that's something we have to start taking into account. It's my favorite part of the auction. And the one reason that it's auctions that I am a little more hesitant to draft my UT early. Now, I am not avoiding Ohtani or Rooker in auctions, but I do hesitate just a tad more. It doesn't have anything to do with filling my UT spot in season. It has to do with filling my UT spot in the draft. There's a little flexibility with being able to move players around. You've done it already with Jazz.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you're 100% right. You have to be real careful with those UT only players. Jock Peterson coming up later. Somebody may want to get him being in the heart of the Texas lineup. And so obviously, like, I'm not, if Jock Peterson comes up, I'm not going to bid on it. So yeah, you're right. It's like the strategy of looking at everybody's looking at everybody's draft picks, team makeup, because that makes a huge difference. Of course, I'm not looking at any of that.
Clay Holmes, hopefully the next Michael King slash who was the other big one last year going from relief to starter?
Let's
But
see. Yeah,
for the Mets, it looks like that's where Clay Holmes is going. $6. If it works out, that's going to be a great price.
yeah, and it could definitely work out. He's talented. Yeah, Michael King was the poster boy for the success. He ended up a top 10 starting pitcher, and he was a converted reliever.
Yeah, I was drafting Michael King almost every draft early in draft season, but that has gone away as he's moved up in ADP over the last few weeks. But early in draft season, yeah, I was grabbing a lot of Michael King.
Michael King was the guy that I would watch pitch, and he would have the little device on his hip, and because he would, whatever pitch he wanted, he would let the catcher know, as opposed to the catcher calling the show. But clearly, he knew what he was doing.
Kind of
we got another closer out here.
I was wondering when we were going to see some of these mid-tier closers starting to go. Trevor McGill there at $11. So a little less than half the price of the top tier guys, but still double digits there for relievers in this range.
Brandon Nimmo. Lead off for the Mets. Or is he not the leadoff hitter for the Mets? See, his AAV is 7. Looks like somebody's paying, wants some Brandon Nimmo. 22 home runs, 15 stolen bases.
Yeah, I've heard some speculation that he'd be more towards the middle of the order. Lindor, Soto in front of Alonso, and then Nimmo in front of Vientos. That's a pretty darn good top 5 right there.
Yeah, it's really good. Here we got Jeff Hoffman.
Yeah, so what did you think of the couple of teams that didn't like the medicals for Hoffman? Are you taking that into much account?
No, I don't think I am. Not having seen them myself, obviously, not that I would know what I'm looking at anyway. But I remember I did read an explanation, and maybe he put it out or his representation, his people, about that situation. And of course, they put that out there to kind of ease everybody's mind. But every player has got problems. So I don't know. Yeah, I definitely. He had a great season last season. But I don't think it would stop me from drafting him. How about you?
No, I just did. And
you just did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just did draft him.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I was running my mouth.
I think. Oh no, I think it's two things. I think it's the fact that was it Atlanta and who was the other team? I forget. But both of those teams have stated that it was the amount of money and years when he was one of the guys that wanted to make the transition to a starter. It was as a starter that the medicals worried them, and that they both still offered him contracts. They just cut back on the years and amount of money that they had offered him. So that makes me feel perfectly okay with it.
Yeah, me too. That's a great point.
Oh, I love that throw. Anthony Santander.
Yeah, it's solid power. 44 home runs last year. I have Santander on a Ottoneu league that I had, or that I have. So I will be interested to see how it works, how the power works in Toronto. Yeah, 44 home runs. That's got to be top 5. I would bet.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he's going to hit 44. Probably 30. You would think, hopefully.
So we're getting down here to this fun area, Britton.
I know. I got to start. I got to start doing.
So
But
here's the money, right? 38, 33, 64, 41, 47, 78. That's you. You're second now in money. 13, 84, 38, 67, 69, 65. So a lot, between that 35 and $70 range is where people are sitting to fill in our rosters here. This is where it gets to be a lot of fun.
yeah, and I'm
And
looking.
this is where I'm not throwing anybody out if I still need that position and there's only a couple left in that tier.
Yeah,
This is where I start to be careful about the groups of guys I want dwindling.
yeah. I'm not throwing out any guy. I don't think I've thrown out a player yet that I wanted to actually take. To just said, and to be perfectly blunt, obviously, um, but actually that's not true because I threw out Framber Valdez. It just the price got away from me.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I
But
don't
yeah,
mind not throwing players I want. I just don't want to do it
it's good
every
to
time. So every time I throw a player, people know that I want him.
it's good to mix it up. I think you made
Yeah.
that point earlier, and I like it. Of course, sometimes I'm better at it than, or not. Sometimes I'm better at thinking it than actually doing it. Practice. Sometimes I don't practice what I preach. That's what my daughters say. But
Like your Zach Gallen pick there.
yeah, he's on the top of my list. I like Gallen. He's in a walk year. And he's got Corbin Burns coming over, so he's not going up against the ace of the team. He's going up against somebody else. So I thought Zach Gallen would be a good value. So I'll mark him off. I've never drafted Zach Gallen before, but I think this is the year. I like the team. So he was one of the guys I was looking for. What do you think about that narrative too? That the Corbin Burns coming over is a good thing for Zach Gallen, or is that just
No, I
nonsense?
kind of buy into that. It not to the extreme, right? Zach Gallen's a much better pitcher than Brady Singer, who I brought up earlier, but he was an example. Going into 2024, I was so much happier as a Royals fan with going into the season with Brady Singer as our SP4 rather than our opening day starter. Now it's not that extreme with Gallen, but it does. I feel like it relieves some pressure and should help him mentally prepare for the season. Not having to be the guy, not having to be that stopper that stops a losing streak, right? If you don't have to be that guy, I feel like you can play a little more loose.
Yeah, I think so too. And plus, all the reporters after a bad win or a big win or a bad loss or whatever the case may be, they can go over to Corbin Burns locker and bug him about it, and Zach Gallen can go to the training room and you know get that hammy worked out or whatever they do. I don't know what they do. I really don't. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not going to complain about an $8 Mason win.
Love
However,
it. No, Mason
I am
Wynn is
shocked
great.
that on a Bubba and Bloom listener league that he went
Oh
for
yeah.
$3 or $4 below his AAV. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting to acquire him there. So as you talked earlier, I wasn't necessarily price enforcing. However, at the same time, I did let myself just click the button because, oh, he's going much more than that. And crickets. So I now have Mason Witt at middle infield. I'm not upset about that, but I probably would have spent that money somewhere else.
Yeah.
And you backed it up with Tyler O'Neill there for $1 more.
I did.
Love Tyler O'Neill when he's healthy.
Yeah, when he's healthy, that's a big issue. Man, I've got a lot of injury risk on my team, so well, whatever. But yeah, I looked at Tyler O'Neill, and I love the fact that they're moving the fences for him. The Baltimore Orioles let Santander go and signed this guy, so I figured they know something. So I like Tyler O'Neill. The problem is, let's say he hits 30 home runs and steals 3 or 4 bases, so I've got to be cognizant of that and see about some steals. But yeah, I just think he's a power hitter, and I like that ballpark, especially now that they're changing it up a little bit. There's still a handful of outfielders I really like, but I've got 2 spots. I guess I can move Jazz over to third because I still don't have first and I still don't have third.
I don't think I do either. I still need first base, second base, third base, corner, utility, and 2 outfielders. You need your second catcher, first base, third base, corner, middle, and 2 outfielders. So yeah, we're still shopping in some of the same pools here.
I should have gotten another $1 on old Kyber Ruiz. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know if that would have done it, but that's one of the potential second catchers that I was hoping for, but it didn't work, or I didn't do it. But in a 15-team league, there are going to be some holes. All right, Kevin is about to put his nomination up on the board. Thank you to everyone hanging in there. Appreciate it. Still hanging with us, watching us. It's fun talking.
I think the best advice we've been given by someone in the chat was right at the first break when Ryan Bloomfield told us to hydrate during that break. He was exactly right.
That is great advice. I've got my water. I ran out of coffee. I do have one of my beers over here. If we get going a little bit longer, I may have to break into that bad boy.
I think next break I'm switching from ice water to beer.
It's almost 8 o'clock.
It's almost 4 o'clock here.
So. Oh my God! I forgot to ask.
It's happy hour.
Yeah, it is. Kevin, if
Adolis Garcia just went for $12, I was hoping to get him for $1 or $2 less than that. My max bid at this point is already down to $16. Other than the one team whose max bid is $1 because they have $6 left for 6 spots.
Wow.
I'm low man now. So I didn't want to already be in dollar days. So I held off, but I think Adolis Garcia is in for a huge bounce back. I know the plate discipline concerns with his batting average that have been around since he broke into the league, and many people attributing 2024 to that. And I'm sure it could have some to do with it. That profile does not age very well,
Yeah.
but he was also playing through a lot of injuries last season and is healthy now. And I think we're looking at a huge Adolis Garcia Adolis Garcia 2025.
I'm in an auto new league, and he was cut. I assume because
Oh,
his price had
too high
gotten
a
too
price.
high. Yeah. And
Yeah.
auto new, that I love playing auto new leagues, and that's one of the things you got to look out for, because you can keep a player as long as you want, but there's arbitration and money gets added. And at
Yeah.
some point, like Adolis Garcia for $30 just doesn't make any sense. So, like I've got in that league, I've got Jose Ramirez for like $55, which, as great as he is, that's still like, like Aaron Judge territory. I don't know, but he's my favorite player in the league, so I'm keeping him, hell or high water. How about, all right, here's
Yeah,
a guy.
absolutely.
Here's a guy I wanted to throw out there just to mix it up a little bit, see what you think. I have no idea what the market is on him, but I thought this was fun.
Fortunately, I have Jason Dominguez in at least one dynasty league because I really don't know what to do with him in redraft. So I've decided just to let him go and root for him in my dynasty league.
But
Um,
yeah, former top prospect, then took a little hit, and now back up, I think, right? So
yeah, and how could it not have as high as it was?
great point.
He was 16 years old and his rookie card was selling for thousands of dollars.
Mhm.
The expectations were through the roof, and now bouncing back a little bit. I think for me, it's backing off a little bit on the huge power. At 16 years old, his arms were bigger around than my head, so we just thought he was going to be Aaron Judge. I think his speed though is more of his calling card, and if we concentrate on that and not expect more than low 20s home runs at least this season, until he develops a little more, I think we're going to be happier with the speed he provides us than the home runs. I think he's great, and for $9 worth a shot there.
Yeah, so much upside. Love him hitting in New York, and it looks like Giancarlo Stanton's going to be hurt for a while too. So that creates a little bit of an opening. God, I was like, Stanton guy. I read that. I was like, man, what a bummer. Such a talented hitter, but time catches up with all of us, obviously. But yeah, so we'll keep our eye out for Jason Dominguez, one of my favorite exciting young prospects. Not a great defender though, is from what I've read, and I'm not, by no means an expert, but young man. I'm sure he can work it out. I'm a big fan of. I'm kind of a fan of the Yankees, as weird as that sounds, being not from New York. But I don't. But I think it's people hated on the Yankees for so long because they're just so dominant. But shoot, they haven't won a World Series in what? Well, I guess they went to the World Series this year. They lost, but
It's JT Real Muto. One interesting thing to me, Britton, is
this guy's
Logan
going to
Webb.
get.
You brought him up a few minutes ago, and he just got nominated 2 picks ago and went right back up to that $18 range. We've been seeing a lot of starting pitchers go for that $18, $19. And even though people are running out of money, people that do have a little bit left, they're using it on that range of starting pitching.
Yeah, because that's a bargain. I mean, if Logan Webb came out in the first couple rounds, his price would have been $10 more, as I would guess. Just, a lot of it is like when you're nominated. Here's Max. Here's Matt Chapman. One of those corners. Like Avon Barksdale, watch my corners.
$11 for Matt Chapman.
Yeah, great price. Now, this is speaking of great corners to target later. I'm not sure Alex Bregman could have ended up anywhere better than Boston, other than back at Houston. But Houston's
that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Houston wasn't going to pay him $40 million a year.
I think it might cost him a couple of home runs, but it's going to add enough in batting average and run production that it's going to be worth the trade-off, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
In fact, I couldn't take it. I had to hit $12 at the last second. I hadn't.
Love it. Love it.
Which is going to put me down to a $5 maximum bid already.
Yeah, but so what? You got to get your players. If we're talking regrets. What's that? Rolling Stone regrets. I have a few. Not so much in life or in love, but on my team, yeah. Yeah, I got some regrets. But this has been fun, one way or the other.
Oh, this is a blast.
I
Thank you
appreciate
again
you
for doing this.
Oh, thank you for coming on.
I am 100% in on, the so-called advanced metrics. I prefer to call them more modern metrics. I don't know that they're any more advanced. We've just realized that some things are more predictable than stats we used to look at. But there does come a point where track record matters, even if I can't find a reason for it.
Yeah.
And when you look at Alex Bregman over the last 4 seasons, 2,000 at bats of a batting average between 260 and 270, I have a pretty good idea what his batting average is going to be without looking at other metrics.
Yeah, he's a pro, consummate professional, and got all the character stuff, got all the leadership stuff. So yeah, Bregman's a great investment for any team at third base. It'll be interesting. I don't like hearing about this Devers situation.
Second base eligibility before too long.
There you go. Absolutely. I don't like hearing this Devers stuff though. I've always liked Rafael Devers. Kind of want him to be happy, but we'll see. They'll figure it out.
Oh, I think so.
I like Devers coming out. If they ask you to move to third or move to DH, would you do it? No. You ask a simple question. You got a direct question deserves a direct answer.
Exactly.
I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, we had a couple of back-to-back boomerangs. And so I tried to sneak last year's Bubba and the Bloom mascot through really quickly because we'd had 2 guys go off the board in 10 seconds. And I thought maybe I could sneak Luis Rengifo through for cheap, but not in a Bubba and the Bloom listener league. That's just not going to happen.
To be honest, I was looking at something else. I was, on my little sheet over here. I didn't even pay it. I couldn't tell you who the last 3 players nominated were. So that's definitely
Trevor Larnach for $1, Ty France for
great.
$1, and then Luis Rengifo. I tried to sneak through, and he went for $7.
God, I wish I could trade my $7 Wallner for a $1 Larnach because that's essentially the same.
They're the same guy, right? Yeah, that's the way I feel about.
That's what I should have done.
I do. You just
Regrets. Let's see. So now we got Ryan Pepio. Extremely talented player. I wish he was back on the Dodgers, to be honest, but he's now with the Rays. Just super talented pitcher. Like him a lot. Don't like the park, but I kind of think great pitching beats great hitting, in my opinion. So Ryan Pepio definitely can be successful no matter where he goes. I like Ryan Pepio a lot.
I do as well. Still got some fairly comfortable closers. Ryan Walker being bid on right now. Are you too worried about Doval taking that spot back at least early in the year?
No, not at all. I think it's Ryan Walker's job, I think. But I believe it was, speaking of Bubba and the Bloom, I think Bubba, a Giants fan, was not all that excited about Ryan Walker. So that kind of might be a red flag in my book. But here's another player that I thought was kind of interesting. We'll see what you think after I nominate him here. I don't even know what to nominate him for, so I'll just start out one because I don't know. What do you think about Sandy Alcantara?
I'm a fan. Again,
if you want to discount Cy Young Award winner,
if you drafted DeGrom, Strider, some of
yeah,
those
no,
guys
I can't
earlier,
draft.
you probably want to be a little careful.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you've drafted what you perceive to be fairly injury safe, I know nobody's completely safe, but if you feel like your pitching staff is fairly safe, you can probably do a lot worse than a $10 Sandy Alcantara.
Oh, that's a great price for him. I couldn't agree more.
Now we have another starting pitcher being bid on at the moment, a guy I have never been a fan of, and I just can't get myself to hit the button. So I love seeing this price go up. What are your thoughts of Jack Flaherty here?
He's on my list.
He's
on my list, but
he's
already over. He's already hit the over on the price. So
$10 for Jack Flaherty. There, his AAV had been $8 thus far.
Right. There's some there. I've only got 4 pitching spots left, so I gotta be mindful because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starting pitchers that I really like. But I need to get a closer, at least one closer, and there are 2 closers that I really like. I guess we'll see. So I guess I'm going to just keep letting it go until I, get down to the nitty gritty. Hopefully people will keep putting pitchers in their slots. I think I got Pete Crow Armstrong. Let me double check. Because he's on my list too, but I guess I need to mark him off. Oh, that tells you how good I mean, I don't even know who's on my team. Yeah, there he is, $9. All right. That's a decent price. I'm a big Pete Crow Armstrong fan. How about you? He's got the blue stars.
I am a fan. I understand the concerns, but I do feel like that second half was some development, not just a hot streak. And is much like Jacob Young we talked about earlier, but even more so, or at least as much, the defense is going to keep him on the field. All he's got to do is get on base at a decent clip, and we'll get, at a minimum, the stolen bases out of him.
One of the fastest players in the league. He's got the motor. He had a horrible start to the year, got sent down, then came back
Mhm.
up and improved every hitting metric you can improve, contact and power, and ended up with
He No, go ahead, please.
no, I'm sorry, yeah, and ended up with double-digit home runs and 30+ stolen bases, and that's after being sent down. I wish
Right.
that they would bat him at the top of the order, but obviously his metrics are all jacked up from that terrible start. So we'll see how that goes. But even at the bottom of the order, I just think I think he's going to. I mean, I think he's going to have a year better than last year. And last year, what was it, 10, 12 home runs and 30 bags? I think it's going to be better than that. So when you draft somebody like me, like Rowley and Brandon Lau, that are, give you a big fat 0 in stolen bases, and Wallner's not going to steal, O'Neill's not going to steal. So I got to get somebody with a little bit of stolen base upside. Plus, the guys I'm looking at first, I kind of, come to think of it, I kind of had to draft them because I still don't have first and third, and those guys aren't going to steal.
Yeah, I like him here. Just looking at the Bat X projections, which I love the Bat X for hitters, 15 home runs, 28 stolen bases, close to 70 runs scored, only 55 RBI. But as Roster Resource has, if they have him in that 7 hole behind, Dansby Swanson and Nico Horner, I think he could actually up that RBI. I'm a big fan. I like to see 70 RBI and runs scored, but I think he could outperform the projections there in the RBI category. And, with the 240 to 250 batting average, I think he's great.
Yeah, I'm a believer. PCA all day. Let me see here. That was a Ryan pitcher right there, Mr. Evaldi.
Yep, big fan.
Yeah, they always talk about how he's the Bloom board stalwart. Nathan Evaldi went for a great price too. God, how much was that? Like
$6.
Oh, yeah, that's really good. I should have paid attention to that. Oopsie. Oh well.
Justin Steele on the clock. Britton had him for $15 with 1 second to go, and somebody swooped in and went 16 on you there, Britton.
Great pick. Who put that extra dollar? I probably should have got one more. Which is my last name's Allan, and that's our Allan. Some people have crests that say, the family motto. Mine is one more. So
whether
yeah,
it be
I should have done my
dollars, we're going one more.
One more. Bartender, one more. Do you think bartenders have ever heard me say that before, Kevin?
I have been sitting next to you when that has been the case, so I don't have to think. I know, Britton.
I should have got one more. I love Justin Steele. He was a good pick by whoever got him. That he was at the top of my list.
Harry Carpenter off the board for $7. I'm a big fan of Kerry Carpenter. I'm not as worried about the platooning as some are. Like I said when we were talking about Colorado Rockies earlier, I'm fairly comfortable drafting players that I know are going to be in and out of my lineup, watching matchups. So I think $7 is a great price for Kerry Carpenter. If you can take advantage and and get all of your um, get him in the lineup when you want him in and back out when you want him out. Um, I think using platoon players is an inefficiency. Because I agree, we talked about Steve Weimer earlier, and this has been his thing for years, and he's won overalls. He's 100% right about maximizing at bats and maximizing innings pitched on your teams. I am all about that, but I think it's something that you can concentrate on in season, not concentrate on it so much during the draft. But I am definitely not arguing with strategy with Steve Weimer.
One of the most successful money league players, draft and hold players.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. Let's see. I drafted old Brandon Pfaadt. The P is silent, Bubba. Watch out for that. Watch out for that P when you're looking for it.
I think this is a guy that come March, come main event time, we'll see skyrocketing up the boards. He's already starting to get a little bit of that talk, and you following it up with the Ryan Bloomfield special there, Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of him as well. I had a ton of Christopher Sanchez last season, and a lot of that is I attribute to Ryan Bloomfield getting me on him, and couldn't have worked out much better.
Yeah, me too. I'm a big fan of Christopher Sanchez. I look at his metrics and I kind of fell in love, and so I'm back in on him. I like Phil. I'm not thrilled about pitchers in Philadelphia, but I really like Christopher Sanchez and his stuff.
So 3 starting pitchers in a row, $11, $10, and $10. People are trying to fill in their rotations with the last couple of
yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what I did. Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt, and Christopher Sanchez for the back end. For me, $11, $10 respectively. So that was kind of the plan. I was gonna wait and excuse me one second.
Britton giving us our Knicks nomination here after Jared Jones continues that run of starting pitching for $9. So about $10 for 4 consecutive starting pitchers. And now
I nominated
Seattle Mariner leadoff hitter Victor Robles.
Victor Robles was the big time prospect for the Washington Nationals, played center field for many years, got a fresh start in Seattle, and had the best season of his career, I believe, batting over 300 with all those stolen bases, batting leadoff for the Mariners. Yeah, I'm in on Victor Robles.
I am as well. $5 is my max bid, and I went $5. I was willing to be $1 the rest of the way if I would have got Victor Robles there.
Yeah, you pushed your opposition to a decision. Said you want him, you gotta bet, or not bet. You gotta bid one more. So Kevin, how are you doing on your starters here? What are you lacking? I need a catcher, both corners, 2 outfielders, 2 pitchers. I have no closers, FYI, 0. And I have an injured starter named Strider.
Well, we pick fairly early too. That's another good point to bring up, right? You do set KDS for an auction draft because that does determine the snake draft at the end.
Oh yeah,
so
dude, I didn't even think about that. That's a
I do. So,
great point.
you get down to dollar days and there's people that have $2 or $3 left. You don't want to nominate a player for $1. They could snag him for $2 or $3. I start just letting them go, keeping them on the back of my mind. I have the second pick of the reserve rounds. So I'm already, saving a player or two that I think might slip through the cracks through the entire auction and be available there in the reserve rounds. And you pick, sixth in those reserve rounds, so a fairly early pick as well. There's always players available in those reserve rounds.
Yeah, 100%. Even in a 15 teamer, but this 15 teamer is a little bit different than what you might be used to, for 50 round draft and hold, because this is 23. So
Right.
yeah, what I should do is go to one of my boards for the 50 and see who's available around round 25. Maybe snatch one of those players.
Right. And I think it was Zach Waxman that I actually heard talk about this a couple of years ago. He thinks, the people overspend on some of the pitching in this range that we're in now, even though the prices are already starting to drop. For the fact that, I think many of us will start drafting bench pitchers before we fill out our entire offense when we are doing a snake draft. You cannot do that in this auction.
Yeah.
You have to draft 9 pitchers, right? And so if we're going to average everybody having 2 relievers, even though you don't have any yet, but just a basic average, we're only looking at 7 starters per team, 15 teams, 105 starters, right? Which sure, you get down to the 100 starting pitcher, it's not going to be Jacob deGrom, but we're not going nearly as deep here as you may have been if you've been drafting draft and hold so far this draft season.
That's a great point. Let's see. We are in round 15. Not the home stretch, but we're getting to the point where you look and you're like, you keep kind of going down a little bit, and you're like, this isn't that great. I mean, it's good. But yeah, you can. I feel like it's starting to. The draft is starting to move a little bit faster. Not a whole lot of bidding up much anymore.
Nick Pivetta, new San Diego Padre, $6.
Good price on that. Stephen Kwan. Looks like he had 14 home runs, 12 stolen bases. I don't know. I've never drafted Stephen Kwan before. I don't know why. I mean, great average. Looks like a 15-15 type player. Plays every day.
If you knew you were going to get those home runs from him again, he's a great batting average. But I think that they kind of tailed off last year. He started out like hitting more home runs than we'd ever seen from him before, if I'm remembering correctly. If you knew you were going to get those mid-teens home run from him, I think he'd be double the price. But just $7, he's going to help your batting average. He's probably going to pad your runs category. If he does hit, 14, 15 home runs, he's easily worth that $7.
Yeah, completely agree. Great. So I've got 2 pitching spots open, and I've got one starter that I really want, and then I've got 2 closers that I really like, but I only got 2 pitching spots left. So I guess it's that conversation, like, who am I going to roll the dice with to try to get into the reserve round, right?
Well, you're in a pretty good spot because although you only have $28, um, you have a $21 maximum bid. So you don't have a lot of spots left to fill. But at the same time, it is getting to that point where we'll be um, you will want to try to save them for the reserve rounds, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be throwing guys out there and having other people snag them, and you end up with none of the three or one of the three, and you could have got two or all three of them.
Uh, let me ask you a quick question.
NFBC's put us on another break here.
Is
We
it
have
okay? Good. I
finished
was like,
round 15. So we have 8 rounds of the auction to go. And yeah, Britton, I am going to run really quick and make that
it's
switch in
beers.
types of beverages that is in my Yeti.
I agree. I'll meet you back here.
We'll meet y'all back in a couple minutes.
Let's see. Here we are. All right, we are on a break. Hope everyone is doing well and enjoying some auctioning, or at the very least, seeing what players are going for. Of course, every league's different, every draft is different, but these are, and this is I think the first one being live streamed. I think there was another one the other day, but yeah, it's always good to have a little, little sense of the draft, what people are valuing certain players. Let's take a look at my team real quick while we're waiting on Kevin to get back. Oh, I paid 17 for Cal Raleigh, overpaid. Brendan Lowe or Lau, overpaid. Ellie De La Cruz, overpaid. Chisholm, overpaid. Nah, well, I see a trend here. Yeah, Brent Rooker, $15. I like that. That's a good deal. Overpaid Waldner. Probably price is about right for O'Neill and Armstrong. I guess not everything is about overpay or underpay. It's about getting the players that you want within reason. I really liked Hunter Green for $13. I think he's going to be an ace. What in the world? I could have sworn I told myself not to bid on Spencer Strider. All right. The looks like the draft is about to kick up again, and I don't know if Kevin's back. We'll see. Let's see. Man, that was a quick break, wasn't it? I did get my beverage though. In my, I don't know if I'm allowed to put this, but in my Tennessee Titans koozie. So cheers to all you fine folks. Looks like. So I needed a second catcher, so I paid $7 for Ivan Herrera. Because if I looked through the catchers, and man, I don't want Sean Murphy or Ryan Jeffers. Joey Bart would have been fine probably, but you got to fill out those spots. So I went with Ivan Herrera since they're moving Contreras to first base. We'll see how that works out. Elliot Ramos. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Mr. Ramos. Star outfielder for the Giants. He doesn't get talked about very much. When Kevin gets back, I'll talk to him about it.
Close this door, if he's waiting for me to close it, so he's the only one out. You don't know.
He's got a 270 average. Next up, Tristan Casas. What up, Mr. Casas? Let's see what happens to him.
Got back just in time to nominate Casas there.
There you go. I think you're on auto, actually. If you may want to take that off.
I did. There we go.
Perfect. I got my my second catcher, Ivan Herrera.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so there's that. I can't say anybody's like really thrilled about drafting Ivan Herrera, but I did it. So other catchers I was thinking about maybe later, like Joey Bart. You know. But I was like, Ivan Herrera, we'll see.
Yeah.
So I just overpaid for. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta.
Got to cross him off your list.
Got to cross him off the list. That was the guy. He went for more than I thought because apparently I wasn't the only one that wanted him. So that's Tanner Scott. I'm not sure if I say the same. That's Tanner Scott.
Yeah, the news that he will be the ninth inning guy at least to start the season. That does help because I had some shares earlier in the season before he signed, and then I wasn't real enthused about the Dodgers. But if Dave Roberts is going to give him the run at least to start the season, then your hope is he just runs with it, right?
Exactly. I'm sure I'm not the only one that thought this, but they paid him $70 million. They want him to be the closer. You don't pay somebody that much money to come in on the sixth or seventh inning. So, and it's the Dodgers. They're going to win a ton of games. I like Tanner Scott. All his metrics are great, obviously. So yeah, I overpaid, but that was the guy I wanted. I think he's going to be the closer all season for the Dodgers. I think he's going to rack up saves. I know Kirby Yates is there. I know they got Evan Phillips is coming back at some point. But I think Tanner Scott's the guy, and I love the situation with the Dodgers. I was hoping to get him for less. I was hoping everybody spent too much money at this point, but it ended up being me that spent too much money. So, grand designs, not some didn't work out. But at least I got my closer. I got my second catcher, so I can. I've got left first base. Actually, man, I'm down to dollar days, looks like. How about you? How are you doing?
Six
You
dollars is your maximum bid. 5 is mine.
Yeah.
There's a 4, a 7, a 1, another 5, and another 7. Most everybody else, it's got more money. We went from being the top 2 in money to towards the bottom pretty quickly
Yeah.
on that middle third of the draft. I don't know how many auctions I plan on doing, but I do plan on doing one in Las Vegas. So that's definitely something that I will examine after we've done this draft is if I feel like that was the best way to spend my money. I feel pretty comfortable with it so far. But the fact that the both of us we did a lot of our spending that we've done so far in that middle third of this auction.
I already have Tanner Scott regrets because I'm looking through and there are other closers that I could have gone. So yeah, that's one of those things. I think a lot of it has to do with my inexperience with auctioning. Is just I got fixated, and you can't fixate. You got to
There's so much to keep track of
yeah. I
at an
just
auction.
I got married. I got married to my one night. Yeah, I got married to the thought of getting that Tanner Scott. So yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it. It's definitely a learning experience. I don't know if you do like auction mocks before. Maybe I should have tried one, but it's all
Oh
good
no,
here.
we've been at this for 3.5 hours and we got a ways to go. I'm not doing a mock that takes that long.
Do half a mock. Yeah, yeah, you're right. These auction leagues, you got to block off your night. It's
Most guys
8:30.
going for single digits now. We saw Sean Murphy go for $6, Josh Lowe for 7, Tommy Edmond for 6, Kodai Senga for 8, Joe Adele for 2. So we're starting to see um, the prices settle into the single digits now. Now we just need low single digits so we can fill in our teams.
Agreed. Yeah, very low. So I have one of the lowest numbers in the. When did that happen? I was doing,
That
Kevin. I was
middle
doing so
third of the
good.
draft.
I
We
was doing
both
so
spent a
good.
lot of money in that middle third.
No, and I was sober as a judge too. I can't really.
That might have been the problem,
That
Britton.
might have been the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Jamie in the chat. The doing an auction gives you some insight to when you do other snake drafts then as well. You kind of realize how you yourself personally value players when they're after you've been put to the task of putting a dollar amount on them, and then we seeing then you go back to a snake draft and why am I going to take this guy here? I wouldn't spend $2 on him last week, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely puts your feet to the fire. Although it is tempting, auctions. You see a player you like and just start, get that instant dopamine
Yep.
rush. Just press, +1 because I want to win. Like eBay. And then you end up with a ceramic cat that you didn't want anyway, but you didn't want to lose to whoever was bidding it.
Oh, I thought I was going to sneak one of my corners in there.
Yeah,
We're
I
on
liked him.
Eugenio Suarez, and the clock was running down pretty low there when I was in for $2. He's up to 5 now, 6. So the hope there was squashed pretty quickly. But yeah, this is the point. Yeah, I have a maximum bid of $5. If somebody gets nominated that I'm happy to have on my team at a position I have open, I'm automatically hitting the $2 right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get to that point when you're doing an auction, but I'm kind of like, if I like him, I'm hitting that too. And now Suarez is up to 11.
Yeah.
So several people, we're not the only ones that need corner infielders, Britton.
Right. And it's somebody was like us and said, I can get, or I can at least try to get 30 home runs, at the end of the
Yeah.
draft. But these drafters are too slick for that. Nobody's gotten away with anything on this draft that I can see. This is a good throw out. You Darvish for $3. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at that point. I threw him out there, and I'm at that point where
Are you throwing out people you
I
want?
think anything is possible. I think crickets, we could get crickets with any player at this point. I know there are players that still need to fill in quite a bit and have 25 to $35 to spend, and they can get almost anybody they want at this point.
Yep.
But I'm at the point where I would not be shocked to see a boomerang on anybody. So I'm not throwing anybody out there that I wouldn't be happy to get for $1, even though I don't expect to. If I end up getting stuck with them, I don't want to feel like I got stuck.
Yep. To completely agree. You're right. This is a game of chicken.
Yeah.
On many levels. Playing chicken with who you're nominating. You're playing chicken with, are you going to do that extra dollar? There are some players I wish I had done that extra dollar. And then there's some players I wish I hadn't done that extra dollar. So I guess it all evens out in the end. All right. I need 2 outfielders, a pitcher, a corner, a middle, and a first base. Man, I've only got $11 and I've got too many spaces to fill.
Well, I'm in a similar spot. I have $13 and I need 6 hitters and 3 pitchers. My pitching, because of the plan working as I had hoped, and I have 4 starters, all for $19 or less, and I have 2 closers I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable going $1 or 2 on the rest of my pitching staff, and then filling it in reserve rounds and fab throughout the season. Nick Pollock likes to talk a lot, especially in 12-team leagues, but I think you can try to do it for 15s as well. He wants 4 starters that he plans on being in his lineup all season long.
Yeah.
Once he's got those 4, the rest of the end of his starting pitching staff, he's going to churn and burn until somebody hits, right? If you're doing it early in the year, the hope is you land on somebody that you end up using the rest of the season as well, and to solidify your starting pitching core. But I feel comfortable at this point that I could spend what very little extra money I have, $5 being my maximum bid right now, and then I'd be $1 on everybody else. But I feel like I can go $2 or $3 on a couple of hitters here, and I'm not worried about spending extra money on pitching. How do you feel about your budget at the moment with the spots you have left to fill?
Oh, I busted it. I did my max bid on Colton Cowser.
Oh, you did.
I
There
did.
you
I busted.
go.
I'm out. If we're at
$6 Colton Cowser. Love it.
If we're in Vegas, I'm hitting that the phone of shame. Yeah, I got five.
So you have
What
five
I've got?
spots at $1 each. One more pitcher, one more outfielder, your corner, middle, and first base for
Yeah,
$1 each.
Tell me about it. The good news is I've got plenty of players in my queue that I like, so I'm sure they'll get eaten up. But yeah, we're getting down to it.
Pete Fairbanks.
Pete Fairbanks, closer for the Tampa Bay Rays. Kind of an up and down season, but finished with 23 saves.
$4. Pete Fairbanks. Another possible closer, Justin Martinez of Arizona.
Looked great last year. 91 Ks and 72 innings, 2 ERA, 2.48 ERA. Whip a little high, but he looked good watching him pitch. He's got AJ Puck out there.
That's the only thing that scares me. So I think I only grabbed Martinez in one draft and hold. I also grabbed Puck, but I feel like between the two, I probably have a closer there. But yeah, that was my only worry. Puck is so good when he's healthy.
Yeah, they're going to keep him where he is. They're not going to try to stretch him out to be a starter. I think that's good. Puck already. How much do you think Puck went for? I know he got nominated earlier. I can't remember.
Let me look here really quick.
At least I think
Find
he got
him without too much trouble. Yeah. Yeah, Puck went for $3 to the same player that drafted Justin Martinez for $5. So they did the same thing. For that $8, they have a closer.
Yep.
And the other one still has value, right? It's somebody you can have in your lineup rather than a sixth or seventh starter, protect your ratios, get you some strikeouts, maybe vulture some wins and or saves. So I don't hate having both of them on my roster.
Yeah, I kind of like it. So I guess there's, one light at the end of the tunnel here. When you're as broke as I am, there's really not a whole lot to do. I'm not in the mix for most of these players.
Your decision
I'm
is
waiting.
who can you nominate that if you get them for $1, you are happy. If someone goes that second dollar or more, you're not too upset. You're in that spot.
You're exactly right. Nomination incoming from Kevin Hasting from Pitcher List. One of the first people I met out in Arizona. Couldn't have been nicer.
Oh, we had so much fun.
Yeah, that was a great time. And you were very kind, and that was the year. By the first year I went, I didn't know anybody other than maybe just a little interacting on X or Twitter back then. But yeah, First Pitch Arizona, can't recommend it highly enough. It's fun to go out there and fantasy baseball. I love going to the Arizona Fall League games. That's kind of my
Oh, yeah.
favorite thing to do. See all those prospects. And the hotel where they do the first pitch, seminars and all those things is literally right next door to where the Cubs do their in Mesa, Arizona. So you just walk out,
Yeah, it's Wrigleyville West, their spring training
Wrigleyville West. Right?
facility.
You walk out of the front or back, really, and you just you're within 50 yards of awesome ballpark, and the weather, of course, is great too at that time of year in Arizona.
Carlos Estevez just went for $5. Is that one of the closers you were referring to when you were regretting the $10 you spent on Tanner Scott?
He was right in my queue. So that's one of the players that I wish I had hung out
And
for.
there's no
I went
guarantee you could have got
button
him for
crazy.
6. It could have ended up the two of you going back and forth. They might have ended up being $10, just like Tanner Scott. You just never know. But
Yeah,
when I saw that price stall out there, I really wondered if that's one of the guys you were referring to when
you're
you
exactly
regretted
right.
the Tanner Scott money.
You're exactly right.
This goes much more quickly at this point when there's not a lot of back and forth bidding.
Yep.
So when players get that, I'm sure some may be wondering, are these guys tired? Are they
Yes.
paying closer attention? Yeah, it's all the above, but I
Right.
think it really is. You really got to start paying attention. If you have one of your guys, I mean, you can't bid other than your nomination, but I still can. And if I miss a guy that I wanted for $2 and he goes for $1 at this point, I'd be extremely upset.
You'd be kicking yourself. Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is kind of like where the tough get going. This is you've been running that race, and there's there's the end, and you're like, oh, just a little bit further.
Josh Young for $2. Like there's one that we could
There's a
be
corner for me.
later.
Yeah.
We could be saying, wow, can't believe Josh Young went for $2.
Hoping he's healthy and ready to go. He looks, by all accounts, he's healthy and going into the season. Yeah, I like him a lot.
We had Cedric Mullins go off the board, $6.
That's a little bit more than I thought he would go for. I don't know what his AAV is, but that 30-30 season will live on forever.
Yeah, I think the thing to me for Mullins is it sounds like at least strong side of platoon, his playing time is still safe. So I know we're all worried about how crowded things are with young players in Baltimore, but I feel like at least large side of platoon, he's still. Colt Keith,
Oh, that's a
Detroit.
great nom. That's one to keep under your hat for your middle for $2. Everyday starter.
$2.
That's kind of that's kind of like what I was hoping for. Like a deal like that.
I think there's still some of these deals. I hate to start listing players that are still available.
Sure, that's not fair to the folks
but
out there.
I'm looking at the draft room. I'm looking at the draft room, so everybody sees what we're seeing. Next few catchers: Bo Naylor, Luis Campusano, Kyle Higashioka, Jonah Heim. That's what we're looking at. First base, I think we're both still interested in. We're looking at Nate Lowe, CES, Reese Hoskins, Michael Bush, Jake Cronenworth, Kyle Soderstrom, Spencer Horwitz, although he's injured now. Second base, we still have Bryson Stott, 2025 Bubba and the Bloom mascot, Willie Castro, Jackson Holiday, if you're looking at a rebound. Shortstops, we still have, was it Zach Neto you thought I was referring to earlier when we were talking Angels lineup and players?
No,
He's still available.
I was talking
Carlos
Tyler
Correa.
Ward.
Oh, Tyler Ward, who went not long after we had that conversation.
Yep.
Yeah. Trevor Story, Hassan Kim. We still have Connor Norby, Ryan McMahon, Matt Vierling at third. There's there are several players now with a $1 maximum bid, and I still see a lot of players that I'll be more than happy to go $2 for. Outfield does thin out towards the bottom. You start looking, it feels like all outfielders are platoon these days.
Yeah.
So it gets to that point of if you are comfortable having a high maintenance lineup, that there's a lot of value in the outfield still as well. If you're willing to shuffle your platoon players in and out. And then pitching, I mean, there's going down the pitching list, and I don't know if I should start naming names. There's still a ton of guys I'd be happy with as on my pitching staff.
100% agree.
That's kind of what we're looking at. A little quick recap for everybody. As Zach Nato did just go for $3. I don't think we still don't know exactly what's wrong with him or when we expect him back, but I feel like
it's real hush-hush.
If we see him by the end of April or even early May, $3 could be a really nice price.
Yep. Completely agree.
I just snuck Lucas Ursig in for $1. I know, and I figured that was a possibility. People are, and rightfully so, worried about Carlos Estevez, and he may be the guy for the first little bit of the season, but Ursig is still going to be a valuable fantasy pitcher, and I think by the end of the season is the closer in Kansas City. So sneaking him through for $1 there, I'm pretty happy with.
I love it. He's a great pitcher. And Estevez did get the money, so he is going to get the first crack at it, but Ursig is, I mean, for $1, yeah. I'm gonna nominate a closer. One of those deals. If I end up with him, great. I probably
do you hope you get him?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and see what happens here. I've got one pitching spot.
Kenley Jansen. If it wasn't for his recent signing, you might have snuck him through.
Just so you know, he's going to be the closer and try to get that record. Kenley Jansen, just wow, just what a great career. So this may be his last stop in Los Angeles of Anaheim. So we'll see. But he's one of those, like, to be honest, I didn't particularly want, but if I ended up with him, I'm fine with that. He would just be my second closer.
Yeah, that's what you have to do there. That you're in that spot. When you got 5 spots to fill at $1 a piece, that's the only way you can do it.
And I really backed myself in a corner with that Tanner Scott pick. But it's, everything builds on itself, but man, But yeah, now we're moving, Kevin. Round 19, pick 277.
Yeah, we're
starting to get down to the wire.
Good. We're going to be snake drafting here shortly.
And that snake draft's going to go fast too, because obviously there's no bidding. So that'll be moving right along.
Right.
All right, Kevin, you've got $12 left. How many spots you got left to fill?
7. 8, actually. I did just bid $2 on Jock Peterson. He went for 3.
That's a good deal.
So I did not get Jock Peterson.
There's a team with $30
Rasmussen.
left. I didn't realize that till just now. It's like, wow, there's a team with $30 left. That's literally
And they
which is
need 2 catchers, 2 outfielders, 3 pitchers is what they need.
I hope I don't nominate anyone that team wants.
Right.
Because
everybody else has at least 1 catcher, and everybody but 2 teams has both of their catchers, other than that team with none. Only 4 more catchers to be drafted. Now I'm just going by the colors. I'm not looking at all the multi-positional eligibility, but just in general, it looks like there are 3 first basemen still to be drafted. 1 second baseman, 2 shortstops, a third baseman, of course, corners and middles increase all of those. And then 13 outfielders I see. And 1, 2, 3, 4 empty UT spots still. So and nobody. So that team with $30, their maximum bid is 24. No, everybody else is down to single digits.
wow.
A couple of tens, close enough to single digits for maximum bid. What do you think about Max Scherzer? He's up there for $1 right now. What's your thoughts on Scherzer?
For $1? I can't.
And that's what he went for. They got him for $1.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot. Yeah.
No, 100%. I do not,
The hard part is you have to be willing to drop him early if it doesn't look good. If you think you'd be able to do that, then it's definitely worth $1, right?
100%. It's hard to say that any player isn't worth $1, just especially like him, with that track record. But I mean, you are taking up a roster spot, and we are in round 19, and it's not like a draft and hold where you get them on round 44 and it doesn't matter. I wonder if he would have been available in the snake draft. But if you want him, you got to, I also believe in the theory. If you want him, go get it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Ben Joyce just went. Go Vols. Big fan of Ben Joyce. He's nominated.
Another one similar to Lucas Ursig.
Yeah.
And if you're somebody in early drafts drafted Ben Joyce before the signing of Jansen, I would not drop Ben Joyce right away. Kenley Jansen isn't the youngest guy, and and we know Ben Joyce can do the job if and when he's forced into that role. I think it's Jansen's role, but a lot of things could happen. So there's your Bo Naylor actually went as a $1 catcher. Does that give you any regrets for the catchers you do have that you could have got Bo Naylor probably for $1 or $2?
I'm not a Bo Naylor believer.
Okay.
I'm not a Bo Naylor believer. Although I do like drafting Josh or Bo Naylor, so then I can do my favorite joke, which is Naylor. I barely know her.
Right.
Never gets old except to everyone.
All right, who are you going to sneak through here?
All right, I'm going to try to sneak another closer. I'm just going to try to sneak closers in until I can't, and because I'm hoping.
I think you're getting Chris Martin. Nice.
Yeah, there was a D next to his name. I probably should have looked into that. I don't know.
No, that's him.
Did he blow out his elbow at the first day of pitchers and catchers or something?
Scott in the chat says double Naylor.
Striker. Down to my last lonely $4. I guess I can take all my pictures out of my queue.
Yeah, unless you just want to leave them there for the snake picks, because it won't let you try to bid on one. The site knows that you're full.
So I got all my pictures out. I'm just looking at hitters. Man, there's some hitters up here that I could 100% go for.
Yeah. Some of my favorites in snake drafts are still available. So I'm really trying. There are a couple of people there.
At some point, you just got to show your cards and be like, all right, here's a guy.
Team 15 has been on auto for several minutes now, so they may be actually on auto. And if so, there's two teams with a $10 maximum bid, a 4 and a 3. Everybody else is 1 or 2. So we're down there. We're almost to where we're all snake drafted even before it's a snake draft.
It looks like we have four teams that are full. That's what I see.
Yes, 4 teams are full.
So we're going to
So
start
we
moving.
are down. This is rapid fire now. In fact, what we talked about a few minutes ago, I just made a big mistake. I still need a second baseman, and Bryson Stott just went for $1. I missed it. Would have absolutely went $2 there. I mean, there's still others, but he is definitely one of the guys I was that I'm comfortable with. Is why I allowed myself to get in this position with second base.
Yeah, we're kind of playing chicken now.
This is so much fun.
It really is.
All right. I like Ryan Weathers for $1.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm not going to go 2, but this is I'm going to like almost every pick that we see here.
Yeah, me too. I like this one, Jesus Sanchez. Obviously, I can't bet on him, but a sneaky great 18 home runs, 16 stolen base season. That's a 2020 situation that this drafter may get for $2.
Right, and they did, and he's a guy that it was
is the top of my queue
Arizona
guy.
a few years ago that they, I remember one of the scouts there in Arizona talking about, when in doubt, go with the freak athlete, and Jesus Sanchez is a freak athlete. And so, he's 27 years old now, and we're going to see, I feel like these very stable, close to, if not 2020 performances, and then his batting average probably improve a little bit. He's a seasoned veteran now, and he's just never going to have that appeal that he may have had at one time as a prospect. But he's developing late, so he's kind of old and boring, even though we never saw him young and exciting.
Here we got some corners that I think you and I were looking at.
Yep. I was.
Here's a guy. Yeah, why not? Who cares? Old Byron Buxton in the best shape of his life.
I need one more outfielder. I hate to do that. Oh, somebody beat me to it. I tried.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, no, man.
But somebody beat.
All fair. Yeah, I need another outfielder too. And I saw him and I was like,
Oh, no, I don't need another outfielder, because I grabbed Garrett Mitchell.
Oh, that's right. You got him for like $1 too. That's a great deal.
I need a corner and 2 pitchers. That's all.
What do I need? First base, corner, middle, and Outfield. Yeah, man. I didn't think I was going to sneak Buxton through for a buck, but I was hoping.
Well, I waited till there was like 2 seconds left, but when I hit it, somebody had beat me to it. All right, these nominations are going to go quick now too, because the full teams no longer nominate.
Yeah, no kidding. This is fast and furious, as they say. You know, it's funny. I've got some players in my queue, and I just know there are teams with more money that are going to $2 me. Well, that's the price. That's the price I paid to get Tanner Scott for $10. I need to let that go.
Well, and a couple of these teams only need 1 or 2 spots, so they probably don't need the same position as you. So you're probably in a better spot than you realize.
That looks like a top of the draft board pick, I guess. Is he on auto, maybe? All right. Looks like everybody's coming down to the wire here. I see somebody's got $6. One team has $13. So they're going to get who they want. Oh, Kevin nominated Porter Hodge, like him. Lights out rookie. Clark Schmidt. What do you think of Clark Schmidt?
I'm intrigued. I'm afraid to have too many shares, but I think I want some.
Here's my
when he was healthy, he was really good. I feel like.
I went Michael Bush, just got outbid. I remember last season, Michael Bush went on like a 7-game home run streak. Great season. Came over from the Dodgers. Now he plays for the Cubs. And now he's on somebody else's team. Nominated Calvin Fauché, whose metrics look really good.
Yeah.
You know, you see that 3 ERA and that 1.3 WHIP, and you're like, whatever. But he actually the underlying metrics look really good on Calvin Fauché for the Miami Marlins. He was in my queue, but I took him out. Tony Gonsolin, look at that, the Cat Man.
It was Jake Cronenworth.
Jake Cronenworth just went. I'm still first base hunting, corner, middle, and outfield. Mr. Hasting, I believe this is your last. Well, if unless somebody bids you up.
Yeah, if I get them, it's my last one. This won't surprise anybody. Hopefully, nobody's as big on him as I am.
Josh Bell, first baseman.
And I'm sure a lot of the people in this league that when I saved corner as my last spot with $1 knew that's where I was going. I have him in almost every league, Josh Bell. I'm full.
You're
Britton.
done. You're done.
Yeah. I spent all my money too. Couple of people didn't.
Oh, Matt Vierling was my guy. I literally have him at the top, and obviously I can't get him. That's a great pick, great nom.
See, and he waited, right? He still needed 9 $1 players right there, and waited long enough to where only 1 or 2 people could outbid him, and
It's a
they might
smart
not
thing to
even be
do.
able to based on position. So,
Yeah, good, smart,
yeah.
smart pick there. I got Max Muncy as my corner. Thoroughly unexcited about that.
Well, you have a part of that Dodgers lineup at least to start.
Sure, we'll see.
So we are definitely in dollar days. I did go $2 on Brandon Woodruff a while back to fill in my final pitching spot. I figure that's worth an extra dollar for a dart. Brandon Woodruff says he's ready to go. So I'll spend an extra dollar to find out. But then this is dollar days. Josh Bell, Matt Vierling, Max Muncy to you, Britton, Nolan Shanuel, Nick Martinez, Connor Norby off the board. All these for $1. We are that point. Yes, it's going to be all $1 picks from here on out. There is one player that could go as high as $10, but nobody else has over the dollar. So I guess that does mean when those other players are nominating, like yourself, they can still snag them from you if they want to. Yeah. There's only one team that can snag your players, and that is Team 12. Otto Lopez, little late speed there. Love it.
Put Otto at my middle. Hopefully, yeah. Max at the corner will hit all the home runs, and Otto will. So you put those two combined, and I might have one decent player with playing. Yeah, I like Otto Lopez for some little stolen bases later on. I still need outfield in first. Hey, Chris Bubich. Brandon Marsh. The bearded man. Griffin checks. I think I'm going to nominate an outfielder here. Whenever it gets around to me.
Won't be long.
Yeah, it's coming.
Jeffrey Springs, he's one of those guys we talked about. It's been hours ago, Britton, but yeah, that new ballpark scares me for Jeffrey Springs.
Yep, injury, ballpark. Definitely thought so because the talent's there, man. Before he got injured and had to have Tommy John, he was rolling, looking great. Let's see.
Ha-Seong Kim for $1. If he makes it back fairly early after the start of the season, that could be a steal.
Yeah, I read he was coming back in like a month.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that works.
Oh, you got him. Tyler Soderstrom for $1. I had just put him in my queue for the reserve rounds.
Yeah, I was
Nice to
sweating
be
that
able to
one.
sneak him through there.
I was sweating that one.
And the only team that can outbid you is now full. So whoever you want with your last pick is yours when they're available.
Well, I'm going to be an outfield. Nolan Jones or Wilyer Abreu.
Ooh.
I think I'm going to go Abreu. Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss it?
No.
Oh no, it wasn't my nomination time.
Oh, he did just what? Yeah, he went team 14, got him for $1.
Oh,
Cody
that's
Bradford
so
is a
funny.
pitcher
I
I
thought that
like
was
a lot.
me. No, that was a different team. Well, that makes that choice easy. God, Nolan Jones looked terrible, and then he got benched. But that's no. Okay, I'm just doing it. It's my last.
I love it.
Yeah. All right. All right. So we're down to 2 teams left. This will.
1, 2, 3.
MJ Melendez. Man, he just can't shake that 200 batting average.
And he hits the ball so hard. I'm still not out, but it's getting harder, but I'm still not out because he hits the ball so hard. And sometimes watching so many Royals games as I do, some of his at-bats are amazing. He looks like the best hitter in the league. Some at-bats, he really does. Other times he goes up there and hacks it 3 pitches outside the zone.
He's got such a bright, shining personality too.
Yeah.
So I really root for MJ Melendez. I've been drafting him for a few years, but that's such a great pick. A nomination, Jonathan Aranda
for $1.
Yeah, that's great. So I guess now what I need to be doing is putting players in my queue.
Yeah, load up that queue.
Yeah, it's because it's not over. How many? Is it 6 reserve rounds?
7.
7. All right.
And we'll end up with 30 players on our rosters.
This really was a marathon, wasn't it? So happy to have you here, Kevin.
Oh, this has been a blast.
Appreciate
Just,
you.
we knocked out the auction in just a little over 4 hours. Not bad at all. When you're doing one in person, I think most people a lot like 5 to 6 hours. So a little over 4 hours to knock out an auction is amazing.
In person, you're shooting the S with all your friends.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those nothing is being done in under 5 hours in an auction like that.
So team 5 is going to pick 2 more players here. Everybody else is full. So for them, it's like a snake draft. Obviously, they can pick whoever they want that's still available. Anybody that's not in my queue for the reserve rounds, they're allowed to pick.
Mitch Keller. Andrew Painter.
The last couple of $1 catchers off the board were Capusano and the draft room just switched on us. So it's going to our snake draft room. There we are.
Here we
Starts
are.
in 2 minutes. You ready?
I'm ready. How about you? You got your cue all set?
I got a few in there. Adam asked me within the past couple of weeks of what I'd like to do with my bench in a Fab League draft. It kind of shifts for me as draft season goes on. Earlier in draft season, more of my bench is going to be pitching because I'm afraid pitching will get hurt throughout draft season and into spring training.
Right.
But the closer we get to the season starting, then I start paying more attention to early season schedules for my hitters and when I'm going to need coverage for my platoon hitters on weekends. I'm a huge advocate for having a backup at every position, which means with only 7 bench spots, you have to have some multi-eligible players. But I want a backup at every position for Friday when I can change my hitting lineup.
That's a great point. And I was scrolling through here. I see some multi-eligible folks. I see a couple pitchers I like.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. Couple upside folks. Do you see anybody that, looking through the list here, do you see anybody that you're like, wow, I can't believe that player slipped through? I haven't seen any yet. So, but I wondered maybe if you had looking through the list.
No, it's a little less common in an online auction. But this and during the breaks is as big of a break person as I am. I'd love to go grab a beer, sneak outside and
Relax for a
damage my
minute.
lungs a little bit.
Yeah.
I love doing that, but I don't do that on my breaks during live auctions, because in live auctions, not everybody is looking at this board, but you can.
Yep.
So this is where I go every break and like who's falling through the cracks that we're missing. Because if you're doing the auction live in person, you don't have to be paying attention to these available player boards on the site. So that's when I go look.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's your pick too, by the way.
Yeah, I went with a Dart here. If he's healthy, he'll be on my team all year. If not, I will replace him pretty quickly. Jordan Lawler. He's still one of my favorite prospects, and if healthy, he's ready to go.
Great pick. So much upside.
You are on deck.
I am on deck. I'm going to pick Tobias Myers. He had a really good season pitching for Milwaukee last year.
Mhm.
It looks like not a whole lot of people buy in, so I don't think he's going to have a year like he did last year. An under 3 ERA, 1.17 WHIP, but I think he's worth a shot. Tobias Myers. Any interest? What do you think about Tobias Myers?
I like Myers. I've drafted him, especially in some draft and holds, but I think even in some redraft leagues. Yeah.
I guess he can hold the hold the Spencer Strider spot down. Because I do need to think about that, because I've got somebody, because Spencer Strider's getting all ramped up. Got to start somebody. Who ended up being your closers, Kevin?
I spent money on closers. So my first pitcher I drafted was Iglesias, and then I came back just before I grabbed Urseg for $1. I actually spent money on Jeff Hoffman as my second closer.
Yeah, I like Hoffman a lot. We talked about that too. I think the issues were overblown.
Yeah.
It almost kind of sounds like Spin City. The teams are like, well, you didn't reject us, we rejected you. Like that kind of situation.
Right. All right. Few more of reserve picks after your Tobias Myers picks. Jace Young, Chris Bassett, Aaron Savale, Brian Bayo. People are taking pitching. Kyle Finnegan, Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, you're
9
right.
of the 12 reserve round picks so far have been pitchers.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head. Some teams I'm sure have maybe a pitcher or two not slated, depending on how schedules work out. But oh man, I know things got away from me when I'm looking at my outfield and I see Nolan Jones. Like, oh, I was like, what did I do there? I don't know. I see a couple outfilders here in reserve that if I'm lucky enough to get to, they may take notes. I guess, man, I'm really for a guy that drafted him, I'm really off Nolan Jones. I'm feeling this team is about to go on auto.
They were on auto off and on during the auction, so they might there.
Well, maybe not.
No, they got it in just in time. Luke Weaver.
Yeah, Devin Williams, he came back, started out the season injured, came back, looked great, but back injury kept him out. So, no one wants an injury, but if Devin Williams tweaks his back, you've got Luke Weaver. He's the clear second, right? So, you've got Luke Weaver right there to start closing games for the Yankees. Yeah, he was really good too last year, Luke Weaver.
What do you think, Britton? Anything stick out to you so far?
No, not really. I think the only thing sticking out is my back. I got to get out of this seat at some point.
Yeah.
I'm getting
I will
old.
be hopping out of this chair really quickly when this ends, and we are close. And I think including this, the reserve rounds, we're going to be right at 4.5 hours. Not bad at all for knocking out 23 round auction and 7 reserve rounds.
Yeah, no kidding. And like you said too, the NFBC went so smoothly,
Yes.
with nominating and adding $1 here, $1 there. Knock on wood, obviously, but just without a hitch. I mean, this is a smooth way to draft right here. So NFBC, because so many things can malfunction or some type of bug pop up with people being connected, not getting their dollar bid in, all those kind of things.
Right. Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, we've been lucky. Yeah, shout out to the NFBC folks.
And of course it's all a bunch of folks that enjoy the Bubba and the Bloom podcast as we do, as this is one of their listener leagues, one of 10, by the way. I don't know if we brought that up. They have 10, 15 team leagues that we're auctioning off. So 150 of it, 150 of us overall doing these listener leagues for Bubba and the Bloom. And
Yeah.
Baseball HQ throwing some prizes out there for us. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
Including a paid entry to First Pitch Arizona in 2025 for the overall winner. I hope somebody that's never been to Arizona wins.
Yeah, me too. That's a great prize. So,
Yep.
yeah, if you win that, then definitely come out to Arizona.
Because then you're going every year for the rest of your life, right?
100%.
Once you've been there once.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm like I'm looking forward to it. I wouldn't miss it. Last year was kind of strange because it fell on Halloween, and I have two younger kids that are in that full 8 and 11, like full blown Halloween age. But my wife Sarah said, go ahead. I talked to my kids, Josie and Kate, and I said, look, do y'all mind if I go to this, go to Arizona for the fantasy baseball thing? And, they're very sweet. And Josie's the oldest. And, she and Kate kind of looked at each other and then looked back at me. And Josie's like, well, if you leave, do we still get candy? And I go, yeah. And she's like, go have fun. Don't worry about us.
Why would you worry us with this question at all?
Yeah. Let's just say they were like, oh, we'll be fine. Yeah. Once the candy situation got sorted out, no worries, Dad. You take off. We'll see you. All right. Well, I was talking my mouth there. Here's a player I think is kind of interesting. And I don't know if
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I was big on Chase McCormick. I guess the year before last.
Last year.
Yeah, and he had a 2020 season, and then this year was complete bust.
Yeah,
and I was listening to, I want to say, Bubba and a gentleman that he was talking to about the Houston Astros, and they were talking about Chase McCormick and about these injuries that popped up, things like that. So so I'll take a shot on that. Hopefully bouncing back. He had a good year, then a not so good year, and looking at roster resource, it looks like he's going to be a full-time right fielder.
Unless Houston makes moves, that outfield's pretty set, and with him a part of it, he was one of my most rostered players last season. I was so disappointed, and I don't want to let that affect my decisions this season. I think there is a chance he bounces back, but I have not pulled the trigger as of yet.
Yeah, I just did because I'm just going to give it another shot. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I just clicked over to because I've been in the draft room, but now I've clicked over to our live stream. I was like, I don't know what the lighting is going over here, but my face looks cherry red for some reason. I was like, ladies and gentlemen, I promise I'm not sick or anything. I don't know what's maybe it's like the light reflecting off this red shirt or something. Maybe that's it.
All right. You are up.
Not back again. All right.
Yeah. Coming up in the third reserve round here, I believe.
Here's another player that I like, Josh Smith for Texas, shortstop and third base eligible.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of their utility player. He had 13 home runs, 11 stolen bases, 258 average. Little something. 62 RBIs, 67 runs. Corner middle. Hey, Brady Singer, was that you?
It was not me. He was in my queue, but that was not me.
That's a great pick.
So Jonah Heim being drafted there, and this is something else I've been thinking about this offseason, right? Obviously, everybody already has two catchers. And sure, some of the catchers are eligible at first base, but we're rarely going to see one of those guys played at first base other than like in a draft and hold where we get in trouble and we're running out of players. But I noticed last season more and more when I was looking for a catcher on the waiver wire because I had one banged up, there were teams that were rostering a third catcher and had one on their bench. And they were really, really good NFBC players. And so I'm wondering if that's something like I told you, I want coverage everywhere on Friday for the weekend. I've never really worried about catcher. Typically, most starting catchers are going to get Sunday off, and a day off over the weekend at some point. Am I
Yeah.
really missing that much? And I'm wondering if that's something I need to reevaluate and if carrying a third catcher isn't a horrible idea.
I was absolutely just thinking that because I have a catcher in my queue. But then, just like you said, I was like, why?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, because if I, like you said, maybe I need to switch out, but if a catcher gets hurt, I don't know. But so I think I'm going to vote against it. Long story short. But yeah, I definitely had that conversation. I was like, what about, oh shoot, that's almost my pick again here.
Yeah, you are up.
All right. Here's a guy I kind of like. What's another pitcher for Milwaukee?
Aaron Ashby. I think I am the only contributor at Pitcher List that didn't, at least at one point, love Aaron Ashby.
I must have seen a good start from him at some point because I've been drafting him in every draft and hold league I've got. They have him slated as the fifth starter. They have Peralta, Myers, Cortez, Aaron Savali, and Aaron Ashby. So I was just going to see how it looked. Somebody just drafted Freddie Fermin, who was the catcher I was talking about that I had in my queue.
If I roster Salvador Perez, I could draft Freddie Fermin because Salvador Perez's numbers, at least in 2024, were good enough to be worthy of starting him at first base, even when you adjust that positional adjustment that they make on the auction calculators. You could stomach that. So if you would lose Salvador Perez, you would have Fermin as the backup. He plays just enough that if you lost your other catcher, you could stomach it for one weekend and then go get somebody that Sunday in Fab that plays more. And then if the what was I going to say? The third scenario is if something happens to Vinny Pasquantino, then Freddie Fermin is the one that gets the playing time because Salvi moves to first base.
Yeah.
So I like Fermin if you are going to draft a third catcher and one of your top two is Salvador Perez. I love having Fermin on the roster.
I agree with you. I put him in there. I like him. I like him as a hitter, and I love these pitchers that have just gone that were nowhere near my thought process. John Gray for Texas,
Possible
Lopez,
closer.
yeah, Hayden Wisniewski. Those are great picks. Obviously in round 28.
And we got 2 rounds to go, 2 picks apiece to go here. Right?
2 picks. I've only got one player in my queue here. So run down who you've picked for your reserve round so far, Kevin.
My reserves. I went with let's see, my 24th round is showing blank, so I'll back up real quick and look. Oh yeah, Jordan Lawler. And then I went with Jose Soriano, who I honestly, this is me trusting people that know a lot more about pitching than me. People like Nick Pollock and Ito Saris, when I hear them say things, that's what goes in the back of my mind, not the pitcher's stats, is who they like. And Soriano is a guy that I think has possibilities, according to people I trust, that really could break out. So I'm taking a shot there. I have loved Jeremiah Estrada ever since he was with the Cubs. He finally broke out in 2024. San Diego, he is probably not the second, but third option for saves now with Tanner Scott gone. But there's a lot of volatility on the Padres team now with ownership. They could trade everybody. Estrada could end up being the closer there. And then Michael Massey, I think if his back is healthy, he would have been auctioned. And then I'm taking a stab on Bobby Miller.
I saw that.
I drafted him everywhere last season, and it hurt. It hurt a lot. But like we said earlier, we don't always want to just be out on a guy that we had a whole lot of and disappointed us. I think it's health and a tweak or two, and then we're talking about top prospect Bobby Miller again for the Dodgers. So take a shot there.
I remember Bobby Miller was a big first pitch Arizona topic of discussion in many a seminar about his stuff plus.
I think I drafted him in the 4th round at Arizona.
I think that's the same draft where I drafted that first baseman for the Cubs that looked great in the Arizona Fall League and has since been traded. What was his name?
That was the year before.
Was it the year before?
Yes. Not Manzardo. The year before Manzardo was the big home run hitter at the league that we were all talking about.
About huge dude, and
yes.
It unfortunately just didn't pan out for Chicago, and he got traded. Oh, I can't. What was his name?
He's in Florida now. I know exactly what you're talking about. He's in Florida.
He's competing with Jonah Bride, I guess, for first base. Hold on, I gotta look now. This is gonna drive me crazy. I want to say Matt something.
Yes, Matt Mervis.
Yeah, there you go. I remember.
Scott hit us up in the chat with it as well. As soon as you said Matt, I got it, and then Scott had it in the chat as well. Yeah. And thank you, Scott. By the way, you are probably one of the few that are still here over 4.5 hours later. Thank you so much to everybody that hung out. This was so much fun. Yes, thank you for putting it together, Britton.
Big thank you to everyone that came by, say hello, check out the live stream. It's been a ton of fun, so much great information talking about it. I obviously love talking to Kevin. I can sit here and talk to Kevin for hours and hours on end, talking baseball, talking fantasy baseball. But yeah, I wish, Kevin, we talk about regrets like Nolan Jones. my other regrets are I wish I could have punched over to the live stream more and done some questions or something. But frankly, I'm just
It
happy to
just
have
moves too fast for an auction. There's just too much to keep
yeah.
track of when you're doing an auction.
I'm just not that good. I'm just not. But hopefully everybody was talking back and forth while I was trying to figure out who and when to bid on. But yeah, man,
And of course, once again, thank you to Bubba and Ryan for putting these leagues on as well. This is going to be such a fun year.
Yeah, absolutely. Auctions are great. It's such a new experience. It is not stressful. It's not the right word, but it is hectic. And you got
Hectic
to
is a
keep
great
with it
word.
because people, especially a league like this where everybody knows their stuff, people are going to try to slip stuff through. But yeah, shout out Bubba, Ryan. Thank you everyone who participated in the chat and the live stream. It's just been great, and of course you, Kevin.
Last round
Kevin, I couldn't
coming
have done
here.
it without you, man. I appreciate you.
All I did was show up. You invited me. You put it all together. All I did was show up. This has been so much fun as well.
It's
And
been
I'm going to force something here with my last pick because I still don't know who it is. And I don't like doing this. I don't like saying I have to draft a position because I really don't. We have a fab period before the season starts.
right.
But I drafted Roman Anthony. And I don't think I have any backup outfielders. So I think in case or in the likelihood he does not break camp, and I'm going to go with the guy I know will play every day, although he's not an offensive juggernaut, but I know he'll be in there, my Kyle Isbell. So
Yep.
you got one pick to go.
I got one pick to go. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of delirious. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, agreed. Lots of comments about enjoying auctions. I couldn't agree more. The only problem is, as we're talking, as we're feeling it here, you can't do as many auctions as you can. At least I couldn't do as many auction leagues as I do redraft leagues. But yeah, I couldn't agree with those comments anymore. And thank you to all the comments that. I feel like at times we were just sitting here rambling, but evidently some people enjoyed it, Britton.
Oh, good. That's great. That's the whole point is doing
Exactly.
Doing a live stream, having fun with everybody, and Bubba and the Bloom, you with Picture List, me with the Pallazzo podcast, all friends, all just talking about fantasy and all that kind of stuff. That's baseball season's right around the corner, just about to start. So I'm feeling it. I'll tell you what.
And those that enjoyed that may not that may have stumbled across this that are not in the Bubba and the Bloom Patreon, first fix that. But second, there's going to be several more of these. Of the 10 leagues I mentioned, I think at least half of them somebody is live streaming, including both Bubba and Ryan themselves for their own leagues.
I have a feeling that you and I are going to be in the chats of those other live streams.
Yes, we will.
Maybe not you so much, but me definitely going, oh, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of this? I should have done that, should have done this. But, we had a good time drafting. And the draft is over, Kevin, and draft complete.
It's official. It's complete.
Draft complete.
Well done, everyone.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who came and visited and hung out with us a little bit and hopefully had some fun with us. Do you want to – I know it's been a long time, but do you want to roll over the teams real quick? Maybe not all the teams. How about you do your team and I'll do my team? And maybe
a quick synopsis as I'm looking at it from the
board,
the auction board. I'm back at the auction board now with the reserved rounds added. So I did spend up on catching. I tried to hold off a little bit, going Tyler Stevenson for my first one, when typically if it was a snake draft, I would have grabbed either William Contreras, Salvador Perez, Yainer Diaz. I would have grabbed one of those guys. The prices I was hoping would come down, they didn't. So I adjusted and I went. I spent the same amount those guys were going for on Wilson Contreras. So I actually went up in price when I drafted my second catcher, but I'm fine with that. About $40 on my 2 catchers. I am just such a huge advocate of, I firmly believe I have at least 1,150 plate appearances there. Tyler Stevenson could give that a bump depending on what Cincinnati does.
Yeah.
And some teams probably don't get 800 plate appearances from their 2 catchers. That's why I'm such a big advocate of spending up there. I did wait on first base and second base, as we talked. Nathaniel Lowe at first base, Thairo Estrada, who I'm huge on as a Colorado Rocky. I think I am. I don't know. It would be tough to be bigger on Thairo Estrada than me. I think he was playing through injury last year, and we're looking at what we were hoping for last year after 2023. I think we're going to get it in 2025. If you liked him coming into 2024, you should still like Thairo Estrada, I believe. Carlos Correa at a middle. Alex Bregman, we talked about when I drafted him. Josh Bell, when we talked about waiting on first base. Anybody that's heard me on the Wire or any other show or in any of the chat rooms knew Josh Bell was the guy I was waiting on there. O'Neal Cruz, got him pretty early. He's my most expensive, second most expensive hitter after Jordan Alvarez. And I grabbed Mason Wynn. So right now I have a shortstop as my utility. Carlos Correa, O'Neal Cruz, Mason Wynn. Drafted all 3 of those guys. Tried to get some bags in the outfield, Christian Yelich and Jacob Young, Garrett Mitchell as well. And then, as I just mentioned, Roman Anthony was my 5th outfielder. So hopefully he is up early. Otherwise, I will drop him. I won't hold him very long. Pitching, I went closer first, Brycel Iglesias. My first 6 pitchers were all between $16 and $19. Bailey Ober, Bryce Miller, Luis Castillo, Freddie Peralta, Jeff Hoffman, rounding those out. And then for $1 each, I added Lucas Erceg, Porter Hodge, Brandon Woodruff. My reserve rounds, we just talked about, actually. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. My one mistake was coming back from that break. Anybody that knows me is probably shocked that Michael Garcia went for $2. That's because I was late coming back from break.
That's right. They see that whatever team did that knew that you were,
yeah. They're like, oh, he's still smoking. Let's grab him.
Is there any other?
Actually, and it was my auto nominate. I nominated him without being here. It was an auto. So
that's right. So they saw
I
the
can't
auto.
even be upset about that.
No. But is there any other team? Is there any other team looking at it that you recall that you also like? Obviously not other than yours. That a quick scan, you're like, I really like what that team did. And every team has got strengths and weaknesses. But I don't know if you. I'll let you look through and see. Do that real quick, and I'll just run through my team. Cal Raleigh, Ivan Herrera, Tyler Soderstrom. I really like my first 2 picks, or my first 2 buys, I guess. Ellie De La Cruz and Jazz Chisholm Jr. And then I waited. I got Brent Rooker.
I love your Brent Rooker pick. I am such a Brent Rooker fan for this season. $15, he's going to exceed that value.
I appreciate that. I really like him too. I overspent on Brendan Lau. This team's batting average is a disaster. It's a nightmare on Elm Street. I don't know if there's trading in this league, but
no.
So I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. But I got a lot of the guys that I wanted to get. Zach Gallen, I think, is going to have a great year in his walk year. Brendan Pfaadt, look for the P. Christopher Sanchez. We'll see what happens with Spencer Strider. And then I picked a bunch of hitters in the reserve rounds, which I think probably Chase McCormick is the one that could actually produce a 2020 season. I'll probably put him in for Nolan Jones. But looking at that, I drafted 2 or got 2 catchers that I never thought that I would get in a million years, but for some reason I did. Not sure why. But I really enjoyed it. I'm very happy I got Tyler Soderstrom too, and like the last round. But I was looking at just glancing through the other teams. Everybody Saw a lot of good teams. One of my favorites, see what you think, is Team 12. Got the Diaz brothers. They're not brothers,
100%.
but yeah. The Freddie Freeman team, the Mookie Betts. I really like that. Is it Team 12? I like that. I mean, there are a lot of good teams there. And
I was in on a ton of the players that they ended up buying. Vientos, Xavier Edwards. I was a pretty big target of mine. But I was able. I let him go because I had already drafted O'Neal Cruz. And then I ended up drafting 2 more shortstops. But Xavier Edwards, I love because I think, no, I don't expect him to do what he did last season on the batting average and power front, but the stolen bases will be there. And if he's anywhere close to that batting average with those stolen bases, Xavier Edwards is a steal. And we're talking about the team that we didn't even notice yet because we had to scroll down to get to utility. This is the Shohei Ohtani team.
yeah, I saw
So
that.
I was looking at the exact same team you were when you were bringing that up, and pitching, very efficient is what I would say on the pitching. No high end pitching, but Imanaga for strikeouts. Sean Manea, if he's anywhere close to what he was second half. We talked about Estevez, and he filled in with high upside plays for his pitching staff because I'm sure will burn right through them if they don't work out right away. Yeah, I like that
Also,
Team 12 as well.
yeah, Team 12, and no shade on any other team. This has just happened to,
Yeah,
scan it
exactly.
briefly. Team 3, I really like the Shea Langoliers, Christian Walker team with Corey Seager, Vinny P. Your favorite first baseman, I'm sure, and Marcelo Zuna, who I've said many times that Marcelo Zuna is probably the most underrated hitter, I think, and that you can get late because he's util, but he's been doing it longer than Rooker, and he's been one of the best hitters in the league for 4 categories. He doesn't get you steals, but he gets you everything else, and he play DHs every single day. So, and he's a batting average guy too. And look at his past 3 years. It's like Big Papi-esque. It's Marcelo Zuna on that team, like the outfielders. Just so that's another team I looked at too. Probably because they bid me. I may be a little salty because they bid me up on Shea Langoliers, but and that's why, darn it. And that's why I ended up with Cal Raleigh, who, that's fine. And but that batting average is a killer. But anyway, so that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it was a blast. I like you have said multiple times since we started. Nobody was really sneaking by. Nothing looks egregious, and we would have expected nothing less with these being Bubba and the Bloom listener leagues. But it's just fascinating, and saying that after an auction it's kind of crazy because every auction is completely different because just the order that players are thrown out can change so much. And these values, when we're in the comment section for the next Bubba and the Bloom draft, whoever is the one streaming that one, it's just going to be completely different than the last almost 5 hours we've spent here, Britton. And that's what makes auctions so much fun.
You're right. It's going to be people that, they would look at people that would look at our board and be like, I can't believe you paid this, or I can't believe that player just went for that.
And they'll go for $10 more than that if you try to throw them out at a different time. Yeah.
Exactly. But that's like you said, that's what makes it fun. Kevin, thank you so much. It's great to see you. Always love talking with you, hanging out. Thanks again, Ryan and Bubba, for putting this on. The NFBC folks, all the chatters, everybody that come by. I wish I could thank everybody individually, but frankly, I'm kind of delirious.
It's
I kind of delirious, and I need a glass of wine, a glass or two. So, Kevin, I owe you one, man.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
it's late for you. It's just now getting to be dinner time for me. So, yes,
And I believe
wonderful night, Brent. It was so much fun. Thank you.
Yeah, and I believe Lucas Berry is doing the live stream for tomorrow. So,
even better.
So check that
So
out.
we will definitely be here. Yep.
All right, man. I'm going to hit the end stream button. Adios, everyone. Have a great evening.